All right. What's up, everyone? And welcome to the 5ers live trading room once again. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good this wonderful Tuesday. So we got some exciting stuff going on here today. I'm going to let you guys decide not only what pair I'm going to be trading today, but I'm also going to be letting you guys decide what setup to trade. Okay, so we're going to be choosing. We're going to have a couple of options, right? We're going to have like what entry can you choose from, what stop losses and TPs. It's a little bit of an interesting experiment here that we're going to be doing together. As you can see, I'm not in my regular office setting here today. I'm still in my living room, and the camera quality is not the best, and the audio quality, the microphone is probably not the best as well. So please let me know if you are experiencing any issue with the audio quality or the video or anything like that, and I will try to make the best to fix that. What's up, Vinicius? How you doing? What's up, Nora? Hope you're doing good as well. Welcome everyone to the live trading room. We go Gold's Jim. This guy really likes gold apparently, which is not too surprising. We got a lot of people here on the live stream. All right, good. Thank you. Everything's clear. Thank you for that. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so now let me know. Good morning. I am man, I had a good night's sleep. Not as tired as I was yesterday. Man, yesterday was awful. Good morning from Nigeria. Welcome, man. Gold says gold is pumping to the upside. Yeah, Daniel definitely likes trading gold. If you don't know who Daniel is a long-time member of the 5ers community, very active in Discord, has a very, I would like to say he kind of started creating a name for himself in the community. He has a specific gold trading strategy that I believe he's also sharing in the Alpha Beta Labs as well. If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask Mike and LJ when they're coming on later for their ABL session. Okay, Ton or Tuntun, something like that, needs help with the gold setup. Okay, we can definitely take a look at the gold. Okay, so everyone's just asking about gold. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you guys, what pair do you like? We all know the question, the answer to this. But what pair do you guys want me to trade today? We're gonna be selecting one pair, and if there's enough volatility and enough opportunities on that pair today, we're gonna be focusing on trading that one. So let me know in the comment section what you guys want me to trade, and I'm gonna create a poll of the most requested pairs. Okay, so the first one, we're gonna do Euro USD. That's the first option. Anything else? Anything else? Let me know in the comments, and I will add that to the poll. And then we will have about 2 minutes. We got gold, adding gold as well, and we got GBP USD as well, and then we're gonna add NASDAQ. All right. So that's the 4 pairs that we can choose from today. We're going to be starting the poll right now, and we have about 2 minutes to decide. So go into the comment section. And also, guys, we got a giveaway link. I got a giveaway link for you guys. It's not in the description. It's not in the comments. But if you guys pay attention during today's live stream, you're going to get access to the giveaway link. So make sure that you pay attention to the comment section. And guys, we got 100 people watching right now and get 7 likes. We got 17. So we got 17 likes and we got 100 people watching, which means that you probably like what you're seeing, but you're not liking the video. So make sure that you go into the live stream, you go into YouTube, and you do like the video. If you're watching this on Twitter, on X, make sure that you hop onto YouTube and hit that like, because it's in the YouTube comments and the YouTube description where the giveaway link will be found in our live stream. So everything is happening within YouTube, so make sure that you hop on the YouTube and press that like. Perfect, beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna give it about 2 minutes, but I think all of you on the kind of knows where where we're going with this, because we do have gold as one of the assets that we can choose to trade here today. And, we all know what that means. Right now, we got 75% on gold. We got 12% on EUR USD, which seems like we're going to be looking at gold here. So I might as well just open up the gold chart here right away and start looking at the markets for any potential setups on gold right here. And I'm going to try to remind you guys as much as possible about liking the video. If you think I'm repeating myself a little bit too much, feel free to like the video. Okay, so we're going to be focused on MetaTrader here because it's within MetaTrader that I'm going to be trading this. I've just opened up a new 10K high stakes account because I was going to log into my 100K high stakes account, but I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple of weeks ago, I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I accidentally shared my password for the login to my MetaTrader, so I had to change that password, and it's on my desktop and now on my laptop in my living room where I don't have the password in the MetaTrader on my laptop. So what I did was I saw that I had some credits available on the The5ers hub, so I bought a new account. So this is a fresh account. I bought this one literally on the countdown of the live stream. So this is a completely fresh account. We're going to be doing, I think what I wanted to be doing with this is I want to be doing the experiment that I'm doing here today on this account. And what the experiment is basically I'm asking you guys what pair I'm going to be trading, and then I'm going to give you a sort of analysis, and then I will let you guys decide on what setup we're going to be taking here. It's an interesting concept for entertainment purposes, but for trading, it's probably not the best idea, right? I'm going to be ending the poll right here. And as we can see, we got 62% gold and 21% on Euro USD. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be looking at the gold. Okay, I'm going to be looking at gold. And as you can see here, I have a position sizer. It's a really good tool to use here when trading using MetaTrader, and it's available on earnforex.com. I believe you can use the Google position sizer for MetaTrader 5, and you will find a link to this one. And I will show you why it's a really good position sizer here in the live examples here. Okay, so what I want to be doing now is I want to, without really giving you guys any idea of my bias here, I'm going to ask you if you think we should be going long or short on gold. Now, remember, this would be an intraday trade, preferably a scalp trade. Maybe not a scalp, but a trade that I can open now and perhaps close in an hour or 2 hours. So when I'm asking you for direction here, I want you to think intraday short term, okay? So let's do this. What do we want to go long? I'm going to be opening up a poll right now. Should I buy or sell gold? Okay, so we got the poll in the comment section right now. You can go in and vote right now. I'm going to put a timer on my phone. I'm going to put a timer on 2 minutes. When that timer has passed, we're going to be selecting the direction that we're going to be trading in today. Okay, so we got 2 minutes. The timer is on. Let's see. Man, I got a lot of notification here. I have a smartwatch. One of those Samsung. I can't even pronounce it. Samsung, whatever. I got one of the smartwatches, Galaxy Samsung watch, whatever it's called. And for the last, I was on vacation last week, and I took it off. I didn't wear it for the whole vacation. And it's a smartwatch, right? So I'm getting all the notifications on my watch. So I have all the notification turned off on my phone, and then I only select the most important notifications for my watch. And I find myself, with the watch and like the notifications, right, like very available. I feel that I'm it started getting a bit stressful, right? So what I did was I just took it off, and then I turned off all the notification on my phone, and instead I checked my phone like once every 30 minutes or an hour or something like that. And man, it's so nice to be able to like kind of like disconnect from all the madness that is the digital life that we have today. And I find that it's also very effective in trading because you I mean, I'm as a person, I'm very easily distracted. Very easily distracted. So when I'm trading, especially now, I might be reading the comment section. I might get a notification on my watch, and it's like it easily takes my focus from the setup, right? So now I'm trying to really limit the distraction in my life by kind of becoming less dependent on digital things, and it's highly recommended. It's really really good, I think, to relieve some stress from your life. Okay, 2 minutes have passed and the poll is now done. We're going to be ending the poll. Okay, this is interesting. This is yeah, that's right, Nora. I also have it for trading view notification. I think it's really cool because you can set alerts, right? You can set alerts, and then you're going to get notified on your watch, and you get that in real time. So I've been thinking about that, only enabling the trading view alerts on my watch. So when I'm trading, you can be trading different pairs, right? And if you take a quick break, you'll get notified as soon as an alert goes off on your watch. So that's very, very helpful, actually. Okay, so the poll is now completed, and it's very interesting because we have 50% saying long on gold, and 49% saying short. I don't really know how YouTube came up with, we're missing 1%, but we could definitely say that it's 50-50 long short. So I think we have to kind of like, if we can't find any single long setups, okay, so I made a rule in the beginning when I did this. I'm going to be following the results of the polls no matter what. So, okay, we're going to go long because I think it's one vote away from 50-50. So the bulls here won by one vote. And by the way, guys, make sure that you like the live stream. I'm going to be repeating myself. I know repeating myself is sort of an expertise that I have, but hitting that like button is really, really, really helpful for us. Okay, so, well, I would absolutely not long gold here. On the other hand, I don't have the greatest win rate on gold here, so maybe going long would be the perfect thing for me to do. Okay, where do we have the tools here? Where is the okay, let's just create a level here. We have a level right here, and we have a level up here. So I think the area between these three red zones, like this zone, is resistance. Okay, so we got resistance right here, and let me know if I'm lagging, if the video or anything is lagging. Let me know, and I will try to fix that. Yeah, you might be right. I also think it might not be the perfect time to take a trade on gold, but we're doing an experiment here. And we're going to be following the results of the experiment and see if we can make anything happen here. Okay, so we're going to be looking for longs. That's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to be looking for longs, and we're going to hit the like so that I get a sense of well, everything's lagging quite a lot here on MetaTrader. Okay, never mind. Let's go into the 15 minute. Let's go into the 5 minute. Okay, we're going to do another poll. What time frame should we base the trade on? Okay, so we're going to do an isolated time frame trade here, and I'm going to be doing, first option is 1 hour, second is 15 minutes, and then we're going to do the third one is 5 minutes. Henry says install my graphic card, and the answer to that is no. Man, I don't have time. I don't have time to install the graphic cards. Like, I brought my camera on the camera that I'm streaming with. I brought that camera on vacation. I brought the camera and I pulled down the whole streaming setup that I have in the office, and I haven't had time to even install everything back that I'm supposed to be installing. So I need to, I don't know, man. I need to take a vacation from my vacation. Like, I need to just. I would like to just be able to just, grab a tent, and then just walk just north, like just walk as far as I can, 12 hours from here, like right out in the wilderness, without any phones, any watches, or anything. Like, just a fishing rod and a tent. Just be out there for a week, man. That would be nice. Okay, so we're going to be selecting the time frame. Okay, so you can go in and you can select the time frame. We got 1 hour, 50 minute, 5 minute, or 1 hour. Okay, so I'm going to be setting an alert on my phone for 1 minute. Okay, so you get 1 minute to decide on what time frame we're going to be basing this trade on. One minute. Okay, so you want to long this. Okay, so there's like, well, okay, so it's 50-50. What setup indicators do you suggest along with technical analysis? Okay, so what indicators do you suggest? I mean, I could tell you that it doesn't matter. You choose to whatever indicator you think is best. The indicator that works for you is the best indicator. The indicator that you have back tested with the great results, that's the one you should be using. But you don't want that answer. You want like one specific indicator. So it depends on what you're trading. If you're trading a trend following system, I would probably look at the ADX and the ATR. If you're trading a range trading system, I would probably look at adding Bollinger Bands and the ATR. But I think Bollinger Bands, ATR, and ADX, those are definitely 3 indicators that you should be looking into. Not for signals, but to get context, basically. Okay, we got 1 minute is over. And by the way, I got my son here in the background doing God knows what. Right now, it sounds like he's destroying something made of metal and water. Yeah, it's a weird sound. So let me know if that's distracting. Okay, so now use TradingView. Well, I can't trade within TradingView, so I'm using MetaTrader now because I'm going to be trading live here for you guys. So we're going to be using that one. Okay. What indicator or what time frame? We're going to be using the 50-minute. We got 37%. A majority of you says the 15-minute. Okay, so we're going to go to the 15-minute, and now we're going to be looking at potential setups. Okay, potential setups here. Let's remove the levels. We're going to be going long. Okay, so the next question is enter at market or pending or limit order. Okay, so you now get to decide, should I enter at market or should I enter as a limit order? You get 1 minute to decide, and while we wait for that poll, make sure that you like the live stream and make sure that you go into the live stream, the comment section, and select the option that you think is best. Should we be using market orders or limit orders? Should we be placing limit buy orders below price, or should we be just entering at market? And we're most likely going to be entering the setup in the next 5 to 10 minutes, depending on what type of setup you decide. So we got about 30 seconds left for the poll. Right now we got 60% saying market, so it looks like right now we're going to be looking at a potential market buy on gold. So while we wait for that, I'm going to be putting in, so it's going to be instant here on the pending order, and we're going to be showing the lines here as well. And that's going to be our entry. Where do we have our stop loss? So we got the stop loss right here. Okay, so we got the poll done. It's at 63% at market. Is that our stop loss? That's our stop loss. That is our TP right there. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to give you a couple of options for stop loss. Should we be using a fixed stop loss or a trailing stop loss? So fixed. All right, so now go in and select. You get 1 minute to select this one as well. Make sure that you go into comments and select the one that you think looks that you think we're going to be using. And while you do that, of course, like the video as well and subscribe to the channel, because on Thursday I'm going to be sending out a giveaway link to you guys in today's live stream. You're going to be able to join that tomorrow as well. And then on Thursday we're going to do a massive giveaway to celebrate the fact that we hit 75K on the channel. But if you like and subscribe to the channel and we get to an even higher number until Thursday, we might be adding a couple of accounts on that giveaway. So make sure that you hit that like and subscribe. Okay, so it looks like right now we got about 55, 56% saying fixed. So we're going to be using a fixed stop loss. Okay, so we're going to be ending that one. Okay, so the next question now is we're going to be using a fixed stop loss. Now, what do we want that stop loss to be based on? Should it be based on price action or the 20 EMA? Okay, go into the poll. Answer the poll. You get about 1 minute. No, you know what? Let's do 30 seconds because I want to be getting into a trade here. So we're just going to do 30 seconds. You're going to be quick, guys. It's going to be quick. You're going to have to go into the comment section. You're going to be quickly choosing the option here because we're going to be I see the market is moving here. We're going to be getting into a trade here. Okay, so are we going to be basing the stop loss on price action or the 20 EMA? Now, when I say price action, I want to have my stop loss below that wick. When I say the 20 EMA, we're basically just going to be putting our stop loss below the 20 EMA. So below, are we going to be placing the stop loss basically at the 332,445, or are we going to be basing it around 3331? So 3,331 or 3,324. So it says right here, 87% says price action. That's where we're going to be having our stop loss. Do you guys think that this is a good stop loss, or would you want me to use another stop loss? What do you think about that when we're going to be going to the next thing that we're going to be watching, and that's going to be our TP. So I'm going to give you a couple of ideas for take profit. Now, the first one is going to be at 3,350. Okay, so now it's up to you guys to select TP. When we have a TP, I will use market enter on this one, and I'm going to be selecting 0.5% risk on this one. Okay, so we're going to, the first option is 3,350 as TP. The second option is, let's see, if we get a bigger breakout to the upside, the second option would be around this level right here, which would be 3,357. Okay, so you get about 30 seconds to choose what take profit we're going to be going with right here. We have the entry. We have the entry, and it's going to be a Okay, so right now we got 3350. Okay, 3350 is the TP. That's a negative risk to reward trade, but that is okay. Almost 1-to-1. We're gonna be entering that one right now. Okay, so now the next poll will be, do you think this will be a winning or losing trade? So now this is interesting, okay? This is interesting. So the first question was, are we going long or short on gold? Okay, and we had about 50-50 on that. And then we asked what time frame are we going to be basing this trade on, and we selected the 15-minute. And I then asked, where are we going to be placing our stop loss? Is this going to be below that low based on price action, or are we going to be are we going to have that stop loss below the 20 EMA on the 50-minute, which is a huge difference, right? And then I asked about the take profit, having on that high or slightly higher. The setup that we are entering right now is a negative risk to reward, but it's based on that most of you see gold as bullish right now, and it seems that most of you think that gold is going to continue the run that we're doing right now. And right now we have a poll active saying that 62% of you think that this is going to be a winner. Now remember, I haven't done any analysis on this. I haven't given you my analysis on this to be able to make sure that it's your bias that is guiding the trade here. And when we see significant price action, I'm going to give you my bias and I'm going to give you my analysis when this poll is done. So when you think this is going to be a winner or a loser, I'm going to give you my analysis and the way that I would be trading this. So I will just be activating the timer here for 1.5 minutes. And then when that is done, I'm going to give you my bias. Make sure that you do like the live stream while you wait for that one, and go into the comment section and answer that poll that we got right now. Let's see, we got about 1 minute. So I'm looking at the live stream here on my screen, and it seems like it's lagging quite a lot. It seems like my camera is lagging quite a lot. So let me know if it's actually lagging, or if it's just my my camera here, or my my screen. So let me know if the camera is lagging, if it's freezing, or whatever. Okay, it's lagging a bit. Yeah. Well, it's good to know. I think it's because everything is running on the battery supply of the laptop. So I don't think the camera is getting enough power to be able to power itself. Because I got multiple screens with the laptop. I got the microphone, I got the camera and everything. And then I got the USB hub here with keyboard and everything. But it's good. It's good to know. Good to know that I'll need to look into other options of having this portable setup. But good that the sound is good, though. The sound, I believe that the sound is definitely the most important aspect of this. Okay, so right now we got the poll. We got 65% saying that this is a potential winner. Now let me give you my analysis on this. Okay. So first of all, looking at the daily, I do like that we had a nice bounce here on the daily 50 EMA, and overall the primary trend looks like it's somewhat bullish, right? Because we have the higher highs and the higher lows. But it's also important to note this local trend right here and how we broke below that low and created a new lower low in the local trend. And we're actually testing that breakdown area right now. So to me, it looks like a bearish retest. And then we're going to the 4-hour, and basically between the stop loss and TP, you can see we have the stop loss right here and we have the TP right here, is a what I would say is a resistance zone. Okay, so we're coming up and we're creating a bearish retest of this resistance zone right now. And on the 4-hour, we have the 50 EMA right here above, right above the stop loss. And I feel like after such an impulsive move to the upside with a lot of momentum into resistance, it feels like there should be a retrace. But then we all know about gold. It trades almost like Bitcoin. Bitcoin and gold really likes to surprise us. Okay, it really likes to surprise us. So what I mean by that is it's kind of if we're looking for shorts, it kind of likes to run a little bit higher before going down. If we're looking for longs, it likes to kind of like go a little bit lower before going higher. Basically, what I mean is it likes to take out the stop losses before running in the right direction of the trade. Now, I do have a fairly wide stop loss on this one, so maybe we would be safe on that one. Looking at the 1 hour, we have a very strong push to upside, sort of like a breakout move here. And now we're getting a doji candle on the close of the candle that closed 6 minutes ago. And a doji candle in an uptrend like this shows us that there's indecision in the market. When you have a big move to the upside, hits resistance, prints a doji, an indecision candle, tells me that we're hitting resistance and the market participants are now the bulls and the bears. They're in you know what it means. I can't you know what it means. There's indecision in the market basically. So we're going to go into the 50-minute, and what we find here is a very clean trend. We have the higher highs and the higher lows, but what do we have here? We have consolidation. So I feel like the local structure here, we are seeing consolidation after a big move to the upside. So we have strong move to the upside into resistance, where we are right now creating a sort of consolidation area right here. So to me, knowing what I know about technical analysis, I would be looking at this for a potential short. Now we go into the 5-minute, and what we see here is a strong push to the upside right here, and then comes down, hits the 20 EMA as support, and another push to the upside, hits the 20 EMA once again, and another push to the upside, hits the area around the 20 EMA right here again, and then a small push to the upside, and then eventually it keeps hitting that 20 EMA, and the momentum after each test of this support zone is becoming weaker and weaker. So to me, I see local weakness in the price action of gold. Going into the 1 minute, we can also see clearly here that we have an uptrend. But then again, we look at this type of price action that we're seeing right here. This type of price action is fairly similar to what we had here. It's also fairly similar to what we had here. And this is actually showing us the exact same pattern that me and Dirk talked about yesterday on gold on the daily. If you go out to the daily, you see here, so this is the daily, and you see that we have a big move to the upside, consolidation, almost like a symmetrical triangle or a some type of downwards trending channel right here. Another break to the upside, same pattern here. Another break to the upside, same pattern here. Another break to the upside, and now we're seeing a similar pattern happening right now. If we go into the 1 minute, we see the same pattern. Consolidation, push to the upside, consolidation with a bearish characteristics, breakout to the upside, consolidation, breakout to the upside. This, what we're seeing right now, could be another consolidation area before another push to the upside. But I would say that personally, I am bearish on this. I'm definitely biased to the downside on gold, even though we have a long position open here. I'm not saying that this long trade is a bad trade. I'm just saying that it's probably not the trade that I would have chosen. Now, it would be interesting. Now, I'm just going to be adding a level here because I quite like that level. We're going to go in, and I want to be able to change the colors of that one. I want to have it as white. Perfect. And that's the local support area that we have right here. So if price falls below this one, I probably want to adjust the position. Okay, so now I'm going to be doing another poll here for you guys. I'm going to be doing another poll right here. And I'm going to be asking you, should we make any changes to the setup, or just use set and forget. Okay, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes on this poll, because I think this requires a little bit more analysis from both you and myself. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to go into the comment section of the poll and answer this. Should we make any changes to this? And or should we be just leaving this? Just set and forget. Just leave it or make changes. If you guys select make changes, then we're going to be going into the details of what changes do you think we need to be making on this setup. Right now it's about 50-50, which is very interesting. We had about 50-50 going long or short, and now we might have 50-50 with the trade management of this as well. Now, I have a few ideas that I might want to be changing on this one or not. I think set and forget is good for this one as well, but I do have perhaps some changes that I might want to be making to this one as well. So we'll see what happens on this one. If we decide set and forget, we might want to move on to perhaps look at another pair, open perhaps Euro USD. I do believe that Euro USD was the second most voted pair to be trading. So we might be looking at Euro USD if we decide to use a set and forget function here as well. Welcome everyone to just tuning in. I do see that we have a lot of viewers coming in here, and I would like to welcome you all to the 5ers live trading room. And what we are doing right now is we're doing live trading on gold, and I'm letting you guys in the audience decide on what trade we're going to be using. And this is all part of my session here in the live trading room, the technical mastery. I can't even remember what the name of the show is. I am that distracted from the chart. But guys, I'll be back in just a bit. And while you wait for the intro to run, make sure that you do hit that like and subscribe to the channel if you want to see more like this. All right, that was quick. Okay, so I'm very white, by the way. I am obviously naturally white, but the light is very bright. I'm bright today. I do like that, though. I got a bright personality. I'm very positive today. I feel like I'm obviously, we got the P&L in the green, well, I guess in the blue, which is nice. But I'm very, my emotional life is very dictated by my unrealized profit and loss. I'm the type of person that, everyone says like, don't get involved with don't let that unrealized profit and loss affect you too much. Well, I am getting very much affected by my profit and loss, and I don't care. I don't care what people say. Like, I love the highs of making money in trading. Like, I feel like I'm on top of the world when I'm making money, and when I'm not making money, like, I'm depressed. Like, I don't care. I don't care what people say. I don't want to be detaching from that. I am like, yeah, I'm an emotional person, and I love when things are going well. Everyone says that trading is supposed to be boring, but I don't want to be boring. I don't want to have a boring life. I want to have fun. I want to be making money. I want to have adrenaline rushes. I'm the type of trader that everyone says don't be like that. You know what I mean? I've been trading for 8 years, and I never have a boring day in trading. I would never want to be bored trading. I just want to be right all the time. I just want to be right all the time. Don't tell that to my fiance though. Like, I'll let her. You know what? Like, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret here. For all the men out there, if you're in a relationship, even if they're not right, just let them think they're right. Just let them think they're right, and you're sitting there in quietness, just thinking, couldn't be more wrong, but I don't care. Happy life, happy wife, right? Anyway, we got gold running, gold looking good. What's up, Steven? What's up, Steven? How's it going? Welcome. Prometheus says, "Sounds like me." Yeah, you know what? Like everyone likes to think that you shouldn't be being affected by a P&L, but we all are. Like we're humans. We're all humans, right? Okay, so it looks good right here. We're going to be ending the poll right now. The poll says that 50% want to be using set and forget, make changes 49%. All right, so right now it looks like set and forget wins, which is insane. Like we got 50% saying. So again, one vote made a difference here. 50% set and forget, 49% make changes, which is like probably because there's one vote different for making that 50-50. Benicia says this is not good. Okay, well, I think it's great. I think it's great. If you want to be right all the time, don't you think you got to educate yourself to that level? I don't know what that means, but I probably agree with you. Steven says gold is overbought. Pretty sure we are expected. No, I mean, Vinicius, this is all, we're all having fun here. This is all entertainment. I mean, obviously, if we would have, a serious traders panel, I would probably say all the things that you'd like me to say. But then, deep down, we're all humans. And like, honestly, like when you get a big fat payout, when you make money, lots of money on a trade, maybe you see a setup and maybe you're just adding a little bit more risk. Maybe you're adding just a little bit more risk than what you probably should be doing, and then that's a winner. Like you can be as bored as you want in trading. You can say all the right things, but honestly, like that feels good. Okay, that feels good, and the adrenaline rush that most of you are going to be feeling, even if you're trying to be calm and collected and disciplined and all of that, like you can't tell me that's not a good feeling and that we trade for that feeling. We live for that feeling. At least I do, All right, now we're making money. We're up around $3.5. $3.50. Is it 50 cents? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, so we're up about $3. Okay, my son is looking really bored, so I'm just going to take a 1-minute break and do something like 1-minute wrestle. We can do that. Okay, give me a second. I'll be back in just 1 minute. All right, I am back. Got some coffee as well. Well, I didn't get some coffee, but I put on the coffee maker coffee brewer machine coffee. I don't know. All right. So also, I was trying. I'm trying. Getting these trying these 1 minute breaks, because sometimes when I'm doing these live streams alone for several hours, I'm gonna try to take quick breaks, and I want to make sure that it's not affecting the views too much, and things like that, which looks like it is. So this is typical social media, typical content creation type of things. If there's not a lot of action, like constantly, constant action, then it's affecting the algorithm, and we see that views drops and things like that. It's a shame, really, because, and I'm not complaining or anything. It's just that it is the way that society is moving. The direction that society is moving into, with everything needs to be like fast paced, and there needs to be, attention span of people today is just not great. I mean, you look at kids today, they're like, I got my 14-year-old, and I see that the way that social media and being on his phone, the way it's affecting him and other kids. And I heard, him saying like he got friends who has like screen time of like 8 or 9 hours a day. Like, that's just insane. I mean, imagine. I mean, when I was that age, we didn't even have phones. Like, that was such. I feel old. I feel really old, like saying things like was better in the past. But honestly, like, yeah, the TikTok brain, it's not. Yeah, it's definitely a shame. Okay, now we're seeing that the gold trade here is looking really, really good. Now, how would you guys manage this? Because remember, this is not my trade. This is your trade. This is your trade. This is your account. Okay, this is I'm only going to be trading this account this way. So let's create a poll here on how many percentage of the account that we should be using per trade going forward here. Should we be using a dynamic risk approach or a fixed risk approach? Okay, so let's see. Fixed risk or dynamic? And guys, remember, hit that like. We got almost 300 people watching, but we only had sub 100 likes. So make sure that you hit that like. Let's make some money together here, guys. We're trading this account together. I'm not going to be taking any trades based on my analysis here on this account. I'm only going to be taking the trades here based on our collective analysis here. Now, remember, guys, that this is not really group trading, right? But if you guys follow this and you all start trading in the same way, that's not accepted at the 5ers, because it's when we're looking at the back end, when we're managing our fund from a risk management perspective, we can't have people taking the same type of trades all the time based on one analysis. So make sure that if you're going to be trading something similar, make sure that you follow your own system, you follow your own rules, and do not blindly copy what I'm doing or what anyone else is doing here in the live stream. Okay, so I have a poll in the comment section right now, and I'm going to start a 1-minute timer right now. And it seems like most of you want me to do a dynamic risk approach, which we have a comment here saying that you cannot do EAs on the 5ers. Yes, you can. You can use your own EA. So I do have a lot of EAs running, and you can definitely use EAs with the 5ers. Speaking of EAs, I'm going to quickly remove my screen, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my EA account that I got running. Actually, it's quite fun because I'm in the living room right now, and I got the money making machine, as I like to call it, right to the behind my screen here. I got a mini PC that is running a MetaTrader server, and on that MetaTrader server is I got the EAs running. Okay, so the poll is done. Before we check that, I'm just going to be showing you the EAs that I got right here. So as you can see right here, I got 3 orders in, Exactly. Yeah. Like Yasin is saying here, yes, you can use EAs, but it must be your EA. You can't buy an EA or download an EA that's someone else's. It has to be your signals. If we see that multiple people like, and this is something that we know how to see, if multiple people are taking the same trades, then you'll be losing your account. It's against the code of conduct and the agreement that you have with the The5ers when you're creating an account with us. So right now we have one long position on GBP JPY. As you can see right here, this is a more of a high time frame breakout strategy. And you can see here that I have a long order on the high on the break of those highs, stop loss below the last low, and TP up here. And then I have another trade setup open on long position open on USD JPY right here. Breakout strategy on USD JPY, and then of course also a trade on gold. Orders in for a trade on gold here as well, and it's this one right here. Now the EA on gold is by far the most profitable one, but it's been 3 months since it took the last trade, but it has so far a 100% win rate, but it's taking very few trades. But that's the most promising EA. And when I say 100% win rate, it's 4 trades, so it means nothing. It means nothing. But that's the EAs that I have. I will remove my screen and log into the high stakes account once again to monitor the gold trade that we have open. It's looking really good, guys. It's looking really good, guys. It looks like this is working out nicely. Working out nicely. Can someone tell me what these lives are about? Yeah, live trading. We're doing live trading. So what this is all about is we're having about 10 different hosts who come in on a regular basis. We have me and Dirk on Mondays, then we have Mike and LJ's every day in the middle of the day. Mike and LJ from ABL comes in for some live trading, and then we got the Deanna trading psychology. We got Victor, we got Ashley, we got Griff, who's a very experienced swing trader, and then of course we have Anastasia, which is overall a very good trader and a great analyst, coming in and sharing their trade ideas and live trades. So when we created this live trading room about what is like 1.5 years ago, I had one very simple goal. Okay, one very simple goal, and that is to create a live trading room where everyone can tune in and feel like they're part of a family, they're part of a community. And the idea is to create a live trading room with casual conversations. Imagine that you're sitting in a room with a bunch of friends and we're all trading together. Like, that's the feeling that I want to be creating in this live trading room. And so far, it seems like it's working great. People are loving the concept, and that's basically what we're doing here: a live trading show where everyone can join and feel like they're participating in a live trading environment. Is trading multiple strategies on one account against the rules? No, of course not. You can literally trade however you want, but we do not accept high frequency trading or group trading or using EAs that are not created by your own, basically. Okay, so we got a low time frame breakout here on gold. Low time frame breakout here on gold. Okay, so we're getting a breakout here on gold. Am I going to do a giveaway today? We're not going to do a giveaway today, but as you are asking so nicely, I'm going to be adding a giveaway link in the comment section shortly. Okay, so I'm going to be ending the poll, and okay, so it's literally 50-50. Okay, so it's literally 50-50. Are we going to be using a risk, a fixed risk amount, or a dynamic? So it's 50-50. So I'm just going to be choosing for you guys because, you know, it's 50-50 and you can't decide. So I'm just going to decide for you, and we're going to go with a fixed risk approach. Okay, we're going to be using a fixed risk approach. It feels good just telling people what to do. Like, that's what we're going to be doing, and that's what we're going to do. Okay, so now that we have a fixed risk approach, let's we're going to decide the percentage that we're going to be risking per trade. So we're going to be 1%, 0.5%, 0.25%, or 0.12%. Okay, go into the comment section, vote for the poll, and while you're on it, make sure that you do like the video as well. We're going to be doing a 2-minute timer on that poll. I can't believe it's been 1 hour already. Ah, God. My neck and my shoulders are really hurting from just sitting here and working nonstop. I really gotta start to take breaks and just, you know, start doing like shoulder exercises and things like that because it's killing me. Ja. Typ om en halvtimme. Typ 30 minuter. Okay, sorry guys, I forgot to mute the microphone. Is my camera completely frozen? No? Let me know if it's completely frozen or not. Okay, so now we're doing 1% risk, 0.5% risk, 0.25% risk, or 0.12% risk. We also have a comment here saying that ChatGPT or DeepSeek can build your own EAs. Tip. I would say Claude. I haven't used Claude, but I've seen a lot of examples, and I've seen Dirk use Claude as well. I think a combination of ChatGPT and Claude is going to be really helpful. But understand that if you're going to be creating an EA using AI, it's not easy. It's going to be requiring a lot of time. Okay, especially if you don't have any coding skills. So don't think that you're going to be creating an EA in a month and then you start trading that. Probably what you'll have to do is you have to kind of like pause your trading career and just focus on building EAs. And it's going to be like almost like a full-time job figuring that out. So understand that trading is difficult. Creating an EA is also very, very difficult, and it's going to be difficult for you to do the same both at the same time. But if you have a lot of time, then definitely possible. If you're someone like me, I don't have a lot of time, I'll have to focus on one. And right now I'm focusing on building EAs. When I do have a successful algorithm portfolio of EA algorithms, then I can go back and focus a little bit more on trading. But from what I've seen is you can never relax when you're creating EAs and trading algorithms, because you constantly have to monitor the performance of the EAs. Yeah, and this is one of the biggest problems. Is that AIs are really good at making you think they're really good at coding, you know? Like they create a code and they're like, this works, and then it doesn't work, so you have to figure out what it did wrong. It's a headache. I don't create my EAs with ChatGPT or Claude. I create them with another software that I can't disclose at this point because it's sort of my edge in creating AIs. But it's yeah, let me just put it this: I got a very powerful computer running 24/7, developing millions of different algorithms and EAs for me automatically, and then I kind of go through the results of that to find the best ones. Nice, congratulations, Vinicius. Nice to see that you're funded once again. And yeah, it's a long journey. It's a very difficult journey. And I'm happy to see that you're improving. All right, Pedro, let me know if you're ready. What's up, Pedro? How's it going?
What's up? Good morning, everyone. How are you, Jonatan?
I'm good. How are you?
How was your Huawei day?
Yeah, it was good. It was all good, man. All good. Nice to well, I'd like to say that it was relaxing, but being away with the kids, it's not always relaxing. But I did take a break from working, and that is that's nice.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back to the 75,000 subscribers, which is perfect. Welcome, everyone. What's up? How is your week so far? And happy month as well, because today is the 1st of July already. So
yeah,
happy month,
I
everyone.
haven't really talked about that, but do you do any like end of month or beginning of the month journaling or reviewing or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. A bit daily, weekly, a little bit as well, then monthly. But the thing is, I ask different questions when I'm doing that. I haven't done yet, so I'm going to do that next week for the month of June. But it's not even just month as well. Like it's quarter and even half of the month, half of the year. So it's actually a big mark. It's going to require a bit more strategizing in terms of planning to define what I want to achieve until the end of the year. And to track as well, or to compare what I established in the beginning of the year and where I'm at this point, if I'm on track or not. But yeah, I do like to do that. Look at the data and also just general questions about if I'm growing or if I'm not growing in the right direction.
Yeah, I think that's super important. I mean, I do have my journal. If I'm going to be honest, like I don't write in it a lot. I do have a pen and paper, like a physical journal that I like to write in. I try to create different routines for myself to be better at writing in it. But what I've seen is, man, it is very effective when I do it regularly. Like, and it doesn't have to be about trading, right? I like every day when I go to bed, at least that's what I want to do, and I try to do it. I write kind of about I do like a summary of the day, and I've tried to do it in the morning to kind of like prepare myself for the day, but I find that it's easier to do it when I go to bed and do like a summary of the day. And a lot of times it's some of the things that I write about that has nothing to do with trading actually has quite a lot to do with trading, because you can see like you made a lot of mistakes in trading. Maybe it was a day when you didn't really follow your trading plan a lot, and you also find that you didn't sleep very well, you felt tired, maybe you had an argument with someone or whatever, and you see that, wait a minute, there's a correlation here between negative things happening in your private life and your performance in trading. So I've actually gone more into journaling my private life more actively than actually journaling my actual trading, because I see that it has more positive effects on my trading.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually do the same. I think that comes with after you kind of get experience in the market and you kind of know what strategy you are looking for, what is your setup and so on. It becomes more important to the tracking your own personal life, your sleep, your mood, your routine in terms of are you working out or not, if you have that habit, trying to be more in a status of mind, more of a relaxed, positive, not stressed or angry with anyone. So yeah, and then it's trying to find those correlations because most likely we are going to find them because again, I'm a big believer that we are our own edge. So it's not exactly the system; it's us as a person, as an individual, and we need to bring ourselves at the best possible to perform well. And for that we need good sleep, we need rest, we need to have focus, energy, and to be willing also to risk and like to put money at risk in the market and to make the right decisions in the right moment. And yeah, so that's a lot of what I track as well. I started to track, like I even have a Whoop or whatever, right? So I started tracking my sleep. I kind of give a grade in the morning and at night, like how well did I, like how was my night, how was my morning, just giving a grade. Then if you want, you can add one or two words to characterize your morning and night, but I like to give grades. Grades always help to then see the average. Like I'm always looking then for the average after a month, after on a monthly basis, basically, and then you can see the correlation.
So you're kind of grading you're grading your day in a sense.
Yeah, so I grade my night, my morning, and then the day in general. Like 0 to 10, like just give it a grade. Like if it is absolutely terrible, like okay, give it a 3 or 2, whatever. Right, but that's hard to usually that's not what you want. Actually, not just the day in terms of productivity, but also in terms of energy. How did you feel actually during the day? And most likely you want to be as close as possible to constantly 7s, 8s. Like no one is looking for 10s. You may have a few 10s every now and then. 10 is basically feeling on the floor. Like when you say I'm trading in the zone, it's basically that state of mind. You're not going to get there every day. But yeah, if you just increase your average from 5 to 7 or 8, it's already a big improvement. And most likely that's going to reflect on your trading. Yeah, that's something that I track. It's quite quick. It doesn't need to be too complicated. Like in 5 minutes, you can do that at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's important as well. To be able to have a quick routine, something that is easy, and then you can like when you want to create a routine that is easy, and then when you have something a routine in that you're doing regularly and it's easy, then you can kind of make it more complicated and start building on that. Because I think a lot of people that when they try to start a new habit or a new routine, they make it too complicated and it takes too long, and then it kind of falls off, and they stop doing it. I want to just comment. We had a poll here asking what percentage. So I'm doing a challenge here or an experiment. I used to open up a new 10K high stakes account here, and I've been asking the audience first what pair they want me to trade, and then in what direction they want me to trade, and then what time frame I should be trading on, and then kind of asking where to enter and where to exit and things like that, and where to have stop loss. And the last question here was what percentage of risk per trade should I be using, and we landed on 1%. So going forward here, we're going to be using 1% on the trades that we're taking on this account, and then we'll see if we'll see where we go from there. It's going to be an interesting experience for sure. We have a question here. In this channel, there was a trader who was only scalping. Can you remind me his name, please, and if he makes any training? Maybe Saul's only scalping. Maybe that's him.
Yeah,
I don't think. Maybe Alex, but Alex is not here anymore.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw him, Herdo?
Yeah, let me know when the last time you saw him. I think it might be Alex, but Alex has moved on in the world of trading.
Yeah. If you guys asking, I'm good. I'm happy. I'm actually excited to see what we're going to have this week. So the dollar just keeps falling, and I'm going to try to look to moments where we may have some retracement to the upside or some buying pressure. I don't think the dollar can just continue to at least sell off day after day. Eventually, it's going to need to find some kind of support level or something. But with cautious. Far from a big reversal, but just some retracements. That's what's going to be what I'm going to be following or trying to find. But I think these new moves in the market, I think, starts open up new opportunities. Price has been ranging for a while without breaking proper levels of structure, and since the last week or so, we started to break important levels. Even on the indices, breaking all-time highs. Dollar also is falling, and a few other pairs. Even in yen pairs, CAD pairs, like many assets moving quite a lot recently.
Yeah, we do have a lot of momentum in the markets. I do. 2 weeks ago, a young guy. Oh, okay, yeah, he. That must be Josh.
Yeah, most
Yeah,
likely.
that's probably Josh. Yeah, he. Yeah, he might be coming on. He might be coming on in the future, and you might want to be checking out the live stream going forward for that. I do believe that Josh is the CEO of Make Trading Work as well. So if you're looking into that, you can check that out. So that is Make Trading Work, which Pedro is also a coach in that community. So that could be worth checking out as well.
Yeah.
So what do you think about gold, Pedro?
Gold has been moving up, right? So gold, a straight line. That's incredible. When you're looking at 1 hour time frame, it's just bullish candles after bullish candle after bullish candle. It's quite
insane.
Yeah, quite
So we have a
interesting.
question about the giveaway. I'm going to put a going to be putting a link in the comments section here, and then I'm going to be pinning that one. So this is the link for the giveaway. I'm going to be doing the giveaway, going to be drawing all the accounts for the giveaway on Thursday. So you can find the link in the pinned comment section on YouTube. So if you're watching this on X or Twitter, make sure that you do go over to YouTube. And while you do that, make sure that you also like and subscribe to the channel here on YouTube. And if we are able to get, let's see, how many subscribers do we have now? Okay, so we're already at 76,000 subscribers. So we're going to be celebrating 75K on Thursday, but as you can see, we're already at 76,000 subscribers. That's quite amazing.
Yeah, it's growing. The community is growing. There are still people that comes here for the first time. Sometimes it's weird. Like, you already have 75,000 people subscribing, and it's how do you feel in time? Like, someone, it looks like that you already have such a broad range of people, which is sometimes weird when someone just comes here for the first time. Like, you may think that, okay, everyone already knows about it, but no, actually,
no. I think I mean, I do think that we're just getting started. I think the 5ers live trading room in the trading industry, in the prop firm space, is still relatively small. So I think we do have a very we have an insane upside potential, and there's obviously a lot of interest in this industry of doing what we're doing, and I think this is something that we're going to be seeing a lot of in the future, perhaps even from other prop firms as well. And I feel like the 5ers is positioned in a way that is really really able to create something huge here in the short term future.
Yeah, it's keep on growing, and it's great to see.
So Solo Trader here says, would you be opposed to trailing stops in profit? For this particular setup, I think it's a little bit too early to move stops into profit. And then again, this setup here, this is not me trading this. It's the community, it's the chat trading this. I've asked the comments for the chat to give me all the rules of this. And yeah, Vinicius says also, if now that I'm funded again, if you need a scalper, I am here. Well, okay, so let me give you an email. I will give you an email, and then just give me a second.
So basically, what you are doing today is you are using the audience as your not ChatGPT, but kind of your no, they are defining the parameters that you are trading, right? So that's basically what you are doing.
Yeah,
You're giving completely the authority and the responsibility to everyone in the audience. So
yeah,
if it is a winning trade, I think they want maybe a percentage of the profits, and if it is a losing trade, then yeah, they just need to cover the loss as well, right? So everyone's going to give maybe, I don't know, one p to cover for the loss.
All right. Well, first of all, if anyone is if anyone is watching this and you're interested in getting on the live trading room, maybe you have something you want to show, whatever, let us know. Send an email to ellis.g@the5ers.com and speak to him, and he'll take care of it, and you might be able to get on to the live stream here. Yeah. So I think, if I mean, I don't think I'm able to. I don't think this experiment is going to go very well, because it's obviously a very bad way of trading. You can't just ask the audience to trade for you and decide. I think it's not going to go well. I mean, obviously it's going well quite well now. Um, but if I'm able to have good results on this, it doesn't even have to mean that I'm passing the challenge. But if I see that we're making positive progress and perhaps even able to pass this evaluation, obviously we want to be able to kind of give back to the community. Maybe hub credits or accounts or something like that, because like if I'm able to get funded with this and then actually start making money, then I owe it to the community. I owe it to the comment section for it, back to the whole chat. So obviously we need to give something back for that. So of course, do you guys get paid for streaming? Yes, of course. We work with the 5ers. This is we're both employed at the 5ers. So this is our job I would do right now.
Yeah.
And if you want to get on, if you want to come on as a guest, obviously we're not going to pay you for the first session that you come on here. But if we do see that you're a quality guest and you really know what you're doing, then of course there are possibilities in the future of landing a paid role here as a guest or host at the 5ers. So if you know what you're doing, and what I mean with that is you need to have a quality setup, you need to have a quality microphone, a quality camera, and you need to be able to you need to know what you're doing in front of a camera, basically, to be able to land a spot here at the 5ers. But yeah, if you're the right person, there's a lot of possibilities here at the 5ers company. We are growing very quickly. We are expanding, especially expanding this live trading room. So if you are interested, then let us know. You can send an email to yeah, I mean, obviously you need to have quality internet.
Yeah, that's a must. Okay, don't be like me when I was in Portugal. But to be honest with you, I don't think it was my internet. I think it was actually my laptop. So I'm actually in search for a new laptop. I think I
Right,
really
okay.
thought that it was. I think it was actually my laptop that was maybe at the end of his lifespan.
Okay, yeah. No, I get that. Sometimes you need, it's running. You need a little, like it's the same for me with the webcam here. It's kind of freezing sometimes, and it's probably because it just doesn't have a lot of enough energy to power everything that I'm running here.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I'm
Henry,
in search.
if a good graphic cards would be required, then I wouldn't be here. That's because my graphic cards is just laying down there in the office, and I haven't installed it, so I don't know. Yeah, this is. I mean, I know that the company is not like. I would love to do something like this, but I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to be able to give away. And honestly, like if I don't want to be giving away my profits. If I make money on the funded account, I'm not going to give away that. But we can definitely, can work out something. Let's not be too generous here, okay, guys? Nice. Okay, Nora had a TP hitting on gold. Congratulations, that's beautiful. Let's see if it can hit our TP here as well, or if it's perhaps it's going to hit your TP and then reverse. We're going to see what happens here.
Yeah, I think Nora, if I'm at least last week, I think she's kind of a scalper as well. At least looks for real intraday war time frame setups. I think last week she got kind of a quick short on gold as well, so it was nice. Maybe she's doing exactly the same trade as you right now, or similar to you.
Yeah, probably something similar. Let's see if yeah, I'm not going to be looking at I'm not going to be looking at the lower time frames here. I do have the 15-minute already, and I quite like what I'm seeing here on the 15-minute. Just need another push to the upside here.
Yeah. What do you think about dollar index? Where do you think that dollar index eventually is going to go towards? So, in the bigger picture,
I haven't looked at the dollar. Maybe you can pull up your screen and you can look at it.
What do you think? Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I actually ask everyone in the audience what you guys think about it of the dollar. Where is the bottom in here? Eventually.
Wow, it just keeps dropping. That's crazy.
Yeah, it just keeps on going. I think already going like 7 bearish daily candles, not even counting these 2 because this one basically overcomes that one. But it's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on how we close today, maybe 7 bearish daily candles in here on the dollar. And who knows where this is going to go towards. So I could see eventually going still close to 95. Bigger picture, I think we can even get close to those levels. But I think we may be getting closer a little bit to a retracement. I'm curious about this level, somewhere in here, close to 96 as a zone to potentially bounce from. So that's something that I'll be tracking a little bit. Yeah, price actually turning maybe right now. I like the fact that this morning we kind of broke a little bit this high, and then we moved down. So we may have, we'll see if we do have kind of a move to the upside from here or not. Yeah, that's something I'll be tracking.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be very interesting to see where the bottom comes in on the dollar index here. Pedro, I actually have a meeting coming up in about 2 minutes, so I gotta jump off the live stream here, and we'll have Victor coming in shortly to keep you company. And I'm gonna jump on that. Interview, and I'm gonna jump on later in the live stream to kind of update you guys on this position as well. And make sure that you go into the comment section. You got the giveaway link in there. Pedro, nice to see you.
Thank you, man.
I'll see you. I'll see you later.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Yeah, perfect. All right. Okay, guys. So let us know what you guys are looking at on the dollar index and euro dollar. Where do you think that dollar index may bottom and euro dollar may create the top in the bigger picture? And what do you think? How are you approaching that? So we have in here Light Chaser mentioning 94.6. So that's the bigger picture that you are looking for. 94.6. Where is that level? And why that level? 94.6. We're looking at this low, basically. I think that's around this low, and a little bit even below that low, to be honest. Yeah, I could see that. I could see eventually dollar index filling all this and going even maybe closer to something in here. So yeah, I wouldn't really be against that, to be honest. I don't know when. I'm not expecting price to just drop in one time all the way there. I'm expecting price to have a little bit of a bounce here and there before it gets there. So that's something that I'll be tracking. Now actually we are finally starting to see a little bit of bullishness in here. So we'll see, but we can even create something like that. But I really like the fact that we did manage to make this move in here. I think this can be one of the targets for this week. Eventually, when price does turn, I think we could at least try to aim getting closer to this top, which then eventually can even go even higher. Taking this top can even push us even a little bit more closer to the to this week highs. So I'll be tracking that, of course, with cautious. No need to start just buying something that is just falling, or selling something that is just moving up. Sell dollar until CPI may reverse if hot. Before that we do have NFP on Thursday, so that's going to be something that that can also play a role. Even today we have a meeting in Sintra with our central bankers, which is going to be quite interesting, in my opinion, to listen to that conversation between the Bank of Japan, Bank of England, the Fed, and Christine Lagarde from the ECB, because we have 4 central bankers that they are basically doing something completely different. Maybe the Bank of England is maybe a bit closer to the Fed, keeping their rates a little bit high, but starting to cut them as well. But we have 4 different approaches, so it's going to be an interesting conversation between the 4 of them. Let's see how the market's going to react to it. But yeah, we definitely have some news until then. But yeah, on the other side, we have also the euro, which is also just continues to move up and up and up. On the euro dollar, I don't like, I mentioned already, 1.2 potentially can be the level where euro dollar can have a bigger reversal, which may take us close to that 95, 94 that you just mentioned as well. But before that, we may have some reaction. Like you may have price bouncing in between these levels before that. Even maybe this one can be interesting around close to 1.9, 1.89 something. DJ, I noticed that you are still looking for that. I read your comment before. So the XY is oversold on weekly, and it's in 3-month demand zone. So I think institutions is now loading their short positions. City report, maybe 95 psychological level. Yeah, so if you're talking about the XY on the higher time frame, where is it? Maybe even on the monthly. Yeah, how do you define that demand zone? So it's 3-month demand zone. I don't really have the 12 months in here or the 3 months in here. You may consider this one as a demand zone potentially. Personally, is not exactly my favorite. I can see a little bit of a reaction from there, but that's not exactly my favorite zone in here. I think price already did what he had to do within this level. This could also almost be seen as a Quasimodo, to be honest. If you look at this left shoulder, we have the top, we have the head, we have the break-off structure to the upside, and they have the retest to the left shoulder in here. So this was actually Quasimodo in the moment as a continuation setup, and that may already played out. But yeah, let's see if we do have some orders in here. But eventually, I think price does want to go a little bit lower. We'll see if that's going to happen or not. But yeah, we'll see. All right. But looking at euro dollar where I was before. Pedro, click on the down arrow next to M. If I should be able to. Yeah, I know. If I click in here, I most likely I can see it. But because it's something that I never use, I'm not really interested in looking for it. But thank you for your recommendation.
Happy Quasimodo Day. This today
Happy
is
Quasimodo
just
Day.
kidding. No, there's no Quasimodo Day. How are you doing, Pedro?
We
How is everything
make
on
one,
your
though.
front?
I think we could kind of establish one day as a Quasimodo Day.
When will
like
it?
when you're looking at the calendar,
yes.
we need to try to find a way to create a Quasimodo pattern within the calendar year, and then we define when is the left shoulder in the calendar, when is the head, when is the breakout structure, when is the when is the right shoulder.
and I'm sure the most appropriate moment to announce when is the Quasimodo day is when you and I are streaming together, right? We both use Quasimodo, so it's gonna be fun. How is everyone doing? Pedro, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I try to be my mother always taught me to be very well behaved, and today I didn't follow her advice, right? I interrupted you and I feel deeply ashamed of that. How are you doing? How are you doing today?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm actually quite good, to be honest. I'm feeling positive, and I'm interested. I'm following the market, trying to find the opportunities in here, in this bullish move that we still have on the euro and bearish on the dollar, and I'm excited. I think there are going to be good opportunities, and I'm looking for them. Yeah, just keeping an eye on that.
The euro dollar has been juggernaut yesterday. I looked at the monthly time frame and I said the next structure is very nearby. It's at 118.088. And I said in the coming candles, in the coming months, we're going to reach that. Little did I know that the next day we already reached it. Obviously, it's a little distance. So to be fair, I knew it could happen, but you never know these things, right? Price action can change and leave that as a top and not come back to it maybe into weeks, right? Because we've been quite extended. So if we have an actual top being formed from here, who knows when we will get back, right? Depending on how things go forward. But it's interesting today. This week is have you ever, Pedro, had a NFP that is not on a Friday? Have you ever had one?
Yeah, I don't remember that, and I thought about it actually this week. Even for the live stream, we are going to be here, I think, for the NFP on Thursday.
Yes, we are. I'm not sure if I'm on schedule on the lineup, but I'm definitely going to be here on this planet.
Usually on Thursday, if everything goes well, I know it's going to be a strange Thursday because we're going to have an FP. But usually both of us are here at around 1 p.m. or 1:30, whatever it may be. So I think both of us are going to be here for the NFP on Thursday, which is interesting. Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen, but of course it's not that often. Of course, the reason for that is because of the Independence Day in the 4th of July in the US. So of course they are closed in there. It's a bank holiday for them, and they decide to anticipate it one day. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be the first time we're going to be trading NFP. Usually on NFP we don't even stream. Like the live stream we don't do it. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be a good one.
You're totally right, Pedro. We're going to be streaming together. I start at exactly the time of NFP, and that is the time that you are still there as well on the stream. Yeah. So good for you for knowing our lineup by heart. I have no idea what the times are. I just wake up and I follow the flow. I look at a calendar and I do whatever the calendar says I'm supposed to be doing at that moment. But good for you, Pedro. You are sharp. You're sharp. I'm just gonna say, if NFP, like how often, like the fact, of course, it's on the first Friday of each month that NFP is. That's the usual formula. How often, how many years each, how many years, if that's correct English, does the 4th of July fall on the first Friday of the month? That's a question for those calendar experts among us. Please let us know in the chat how often that happens, because actually, I think it's 1 in 7 years, right? Because 7 days in a calendar, in a week, and it has to be on a Friday, the first one, and on the 4th of July is very likely to be on that same week, right? So I would say once every 7, but it seems I didn't remember the previous event 7 years ago, I was probably not looking for NFP. I don't know.
Yeah, so sometimes it doesn't work like that because we do have then every 4 years we do have that extra day, and sometimes we skipped one day, so it's not going to be usually every year. Like if today is what is the 1st of July is on a Tuesday. Next year, in theory, the 1st of July is going to be on a Wednesday. But if you do have those 29 days on February, then it's not going to be on a Wednesday, it's going to be on a Thursday, so it's kind of a skipping of a day. So I don't know, maybe last time, maybe it went from Thursday to Saturday, and maybe it was not, but I don't really remember, to be honest, when was the last time.
Too much math. I was just thinking we could do a math day today. Let's start with differentials and sinus calculations. I love math.
Yeah, I'm staying with Pythagoras. I'm staying with the Pythagoras triangle, and that's it. That's what I. That's for me.
All right. So, are you looking to what are you looking for, Pedro, in the market? Coming back to the charts, what are you thinking? Where do you think we should be looking for?
Yeah, don't look at the same things I'm looking, but don't do what I'm doing. So I'm looking for reversals on the dollar index, euro dollar, pound dollar, and so on. Okay, so I'm looking for counter trend trades, but they are still not here. Okay, they may happen. Some small movements intraday. For the bigger reversals, I don't think we are still in here. But on the other side, as I mentioned, I think the dollar index has already have 8 days or 8 daily bearish candles. Maybe the euro dollar has 7. Sorry, maybe the euro dollar has 7 daily bullish candles. If you look at the daily, it's just literally going up and up and up. So we may be getting close to potential retracement. Therefore, that's something that I'm going to be looking for. It's either maybe today or tomorrow we may have a little bit of retracement, maybe coming back to either today's opening session or even beginning of the week price action or price levels, and then we'll see what will happen afterwards. But that's something I'll be keeping an eye on. There are many other assets that are interesting. The US indices, to be honest, I'm a little bit distant right now. Like now that we broke all-time highs, maybe the Dow is still interesting. The DAX as well, I think, is interesting. But now S&P and NASDAQ, I'm keeping an eye on them. But now at all-time highs, I need to be a bit more conservative, or waiting a bit more for extra confirmation before looking for any type of reversals in there. Dollar yen, I think the N pairs are quite interesting as well. Dollar yen, maybe if the dollar actually turns to the upside, I think maybe the dollar yen can also provide potentially good long. The same thing with dollar CAD. I think it's maybe approaching an interesting level as it gets closer to these lows again. So that's another one that I'm patiently waiting. And yeah, that's something that I've been looking for. So I'm back at FX pairs mostly. To be honest, I'm actually short on Bitcoin. So we'll see what will happen in here. I shorted yesterday from around that level. Reached first target, and I'm looking potentially for this type of a move on BTC. If we do break these lows, I think we may have a move to that direction. So that's one I'm in. Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for.
Good. You mentioned quite a lot, so that's great for the viewers. They have plenty to choose from that fits their preferences and things like that. I'm looking at a monthly structure just to give an idea where possibly EU could find some resistance. I'm gonna switch to my screen if that is okay. We always, when I do the top-down analysis, you guys watching us, I start from the monthly, and it may seem, since I don't trade the monthly, I almost never trade the monthly as a chart, using it for entries and things like that. Sometimes I do, but very, very seldom. But I still start from the monthly because I believe in the time frames, right? The bigger it is, and of course you can go to the century time frame, but that doesn't make sense, right? So the monthly is the one that makes sense. It is big enough, but it's still it's the biggest without going to like weird too big of a time frame like yearly or decades. So the monthly in that for all intent and purposes is the king to me, right? The bigger is better, but monthly is still useful, where you can see all these patterns, engulfing structures being formed, etc. What I see is what we have is I talked about this not every time, but very often we do have a reversal pattern from the left, actually two, but the first or the last one actually is within the range of the first one. So then in that case, I want to take the one with has the it defines the range better, which is the not the last one, but the one before that, which is the one I'm indicating with the arrow. What I like about this, and you might the current market sentiment is difficult for us because we live day by day and we read news every day or almost every day, and it would mean very difficult to have an expectation based on something that has been going for years and years, while on the charts we look at just the next day, maybe this week, etc. However, if we look much to the left, we can see that we've been in a higher time frame downtrend, right? And it would make it's prudent to assume that downtrend is going to continue until it doesn't, right? So until it breaks that and makes higher high above this yellow line, it's safe and prudent to assume that we're going to continue this trend going forward. So if that is the case, then it makes a lot of sense to consider this, the quasi to the left, the one that I mentioned, the relevant one, not the one in the middle, to be a nice structure to trade from. So we have the left shoulder, the head, the neckline right there. Actually, the neckline is a little bit lower, but it doesn't really matter. And we have three entry order blocks for that quasi. One we smashed, we crushed not very long ago, actually yesterday, but a close of that monthly time frame that doesn't have an upper wick. Think yourself what that means, right? Think for yourself what that means. No upper wick. What does that mean? No upper wick. It's a philosophical question. Go ahead, think about it. I'll come back to the question. We have when that one is being broken, that was yesterday, we still have two order blocks, two structures. The last one isn't that interesting because this is very, very wide, but the last one before that, this one, the previous one, that's where we are. And that was, to me, yesterday I mentioned this, that's to me the logical next station, next target for the market. Sometimes those targets are very far away, and then you can make a use of it because at least where the long-term direction of the market will be. Sometimes it's very nearby, as it was this case, and it will be hit very quickly. So I'm looking to see if the market, I'm not anticipating that the market reverse, but I recognize that from the left, we have a structure in a time frame that is relevant enough for price to have some kind of reaction, considering that we have been very, very bullish, very, in that sense, very extended, above average extended, in terms of distance traveled compared in time compared to the rest of price action, right? You have to go very far to see moments where we had such a movement without retracement on the monthly time frame. I can indicate one here, right? And of course you can indicate this one as well, but this isn't as fast, meaning the rate of decline isn't as fast as it is here. This only took 4 candles basically to travel this to this distance, while this was many more. You can see here, although this is a much better indication of how price how far back you have to go to see price as on the buy side. Actually, there is like 4 candles where some considerable distance has been traveled, but the point is that it doesn't happen very often, right? So we shouldn't expect that this should continue for a very long time, although it can. But the longer that streak holds, the less likely it is to continue on the same rate of climb. So when I'm thinking about that, I'm looking at this order block that has been already tested or interacted with. That's this order block, and that is consistent of the outside bar. This outside bar, the two red ones, they form an outside bar, and we see inside that, or inside the range of that outside bar, we do see in bearish engulfing. And that bearish engulfing, although it's the same time frame, it does offer us a tighter area or a refinement on the bigger structure. I would consider the whole structure valid to be traded as a monthly signal, right? However, the fact that we do have a monthly finer area makes me want to wait, be patient, and wait for price to actually reach it. I don't know if it's going to reach it right away, but I would assume that it will. Looking at the price is not really at all decelerating, so it's likely to at least get there. I'm not going to assume that it's going to reverse, but if it starts aligning, showing signs of reversal from this area, I want to be selling this. And in this case, that would be, there isn't anything below us. All the structure that can be used as a target. The only structure I could see is very closely a broken supply area, which would be this, right? That would be one structure, one target, most logical target. And the other one is a much bigger, which may sound ludicrous right now, but a much bigger target, which is the completion of that reversal pattern. How would I take this? I would, put perhaps 5%. If I get a position in that monthly structure, I would put something like 5% of my TP on a much lower, because it's really a very low possibility. But if it happens and the structure is there, it can be a huge, even if you only put like 2% of your position on that, that could be a humongous, maybe the biggest trade I've ever pulled off in just one position. Who knows? I haven't checked it out up, but just imagine we're talking about it sounds ludicrous right now, but we're talking about what is this, 2,200 pips, and with the stops that I typically take with a couple of pips, just imagine what that can do to your account. But it's so very low probability, and obviously you need to wait for the monthly to trigger you, and that's going to take a couple of bars. But once that does happen, I would be looking for that possibility. It sounds crazy, I know, but I'm just following the plan. All right, so that is the structure that I'm looking for. So I'm looking at how, not how, but when and if price. So let me get this. If and when price reach this order block, if we can get something in the lower time frames, right? Something perhaps, if we look to the left on the weekly, it indicates the same structure as the monthly, so that I like that. And on the daily, it doesn't make sense to. Well, you could look left on the daily, but I typically don't take my trades from that. You could do to refine the entries, but I'm not too keen on doing that. So yes, that's the structure. So for those who are wondering what is that I'm talking about, what levels that is, this is not a prediction by any stretch of the imagination, but it is just a scenario. If and when we reach this area, 118.56.6, and between that as the lower border and 119.09.2, I want to be very, very keen and looking into the weekly and the daily to see if there's a reversal. If there is, I could start putting in some position for that, at least the pop, in this case, not a pop, the drop into that area. right? Only if the monthly eventually triggers, right? You don't want to take this on an H4 structure. You want to have very solid high time frame confirmation before you target these structures that are very far away. That's what I wanted to be talking about or mention.
Yeah, one thing interesting that when I was looking at your monthly chart, just
Okay.
pop up euro in here 1 second. Yeah, maybe let me just hide maybe everything. Yeah, it's just pop up mine. Like this, it has been an incredible year, like on the euro dollar. Basically, this was January. I think we bottom around the 12, 11 of January, something like that. And as you can see, since then, every single month of the year so far has been bullish, with a little bit of a almost a ranging day, a month in May, but then June just another strong bullish candle, finishing quite strongly, to be honest. It's not that often that we see something like that, but it's interesting that in 2017 we basically had exactly the same movement in here. It was also around the beginning of the year, in January, that we turned, we basically bottom, just the same thing that we did in here. Yeah, this is basically January in there. January it was in here as well. And out of the way, this is July already. So basically, sometimes the price may work symmetrically. Of course, it's not exactly the same level, but it's really close. And maybe the bottom of that move initially, close to that bottom, is maybe somewhere close as well to where we are now, kind of approaching this 1,200 or 1,200 something. Yeah, it's just interesting to see how price literally came all the way during that year, also moving to the upside, May, July, June, July, then kind of starts slowing down a bit in August. So we'll see if that's going to be something that we're going to have also this year. But it's not that often that you have just price moving in one direction, basically for the first 6 months of the year.
Actually, yes, I like that. And these they may seem like esoteric, right? Looking for weird symbols or patterns in the chart, but that's actually a real thing. You can see patterns that reoccur, and it doesn't make sense in our mind. It's not. It doesn't. Why would it do the same thing? But if you think about it, it's not that weird, right? The participants are probably whatever that caused that move, the psychology behind it. The participants may have changed names, or maybe not even that. Maybe they're the same participants and doing the same thing over and over again, right? Because behind these price charts, it's not. There are people making decisions, right? People making on institutional level, in politics, in the Fed policy, all of that. It's people making decisions that eventually drive prices and macroeconomical data releases and things like that. All the economy is policy in action. So it makes sense that these patterns that happened in the past, which is the basis of technical analysis, right? Patterns happening in the past could happen again in some resemblance, not exactly the same way, but very similarly, perhaps even symmetrical at times. There is one thing on the last January you indicated. It's a little thing there. I just something I maybe some people like to hear that, but traders, you can profit from a TA not only in charts in trading, right? In the business world, I had a business contract that was in one denomination, right? It was in dollar, and when we bottom at that January, I changed that into euro, and that's basically a trade. And I was using technical analysis for that trade, and it you can use technical analysis in many things. I used it, for example, before making transfers, right? Transatlantic transfers. You can actually time and it makes, if you have enough volume, it really can make a big difference in how just by using technical analysis, by waiting maybe a couple of days, maybe a week, maybe a month, you can actually gain a couple of percentages on that transfer. I do that all the time, in my business.
Yeah, that's true. Just to be on the finalizing here in terms of this, how similar they are, because in reality, aside from the move to the upside that we have for the first 6-7 months of this year and also in 2017, even the structure before that is quite similar, right? This structure in here and this structure in here, it's actually quite similar. The way price actually breaks fake outs kind of a low, and maybe many people are expecting at this point maybe the price to continue to move down. Just same thing in here, and then actually the opposite happens. Even in this case, we have this top in here that already fixed out a bit of the structure. The same thing, we have this top in here, and then basically it almost works as a maybe not exactly Quasimodo, depends how you look at it, but we do have kind of potentially Quasimodo completion in here, and then price finally turns. But yeah, even in this aspect, just before the move to the upside, this pattern or this type of price action is quite similar as well before the move to the upside. But yeah, that's it with my monthly analysis on the euro. I like this level that you mentioned, just to finalize. Okay, let's finalize this on monthly. I do like this level. I think eventually you may have that fake out of this zone, and then you may come back into it, and then maybe that's going to be the best opportunity. I like this order block. I think maybe you're going to see it as well. I like this order block even a little bit higher. That maybe it's in here on a monthly. That looks nice as well. We could maybe touch it a little bit, at least maybe the base of it, and then come back into below these tops in here, and maybe have a better trade, even if it is maybe to test this previous structure in here. It maybe can be an interesting opportunity, maybe just to fill out this month of June candle. Yeah, something to just keep an eye on and pay attention on the euro. I do like clean charts. Now all of a sudden I bring this one in here and it's a bit more messy. But yeah, sometimes I do like to look at just clean charts without even any lines whatsoever. But yeah, that's me on the euro. And also DJ mentioned here in terms of, it's true, ECB has been cutting rates. I'm not entirely sure what happened in 2017 on that regard. Also that we need to consider is also not just what ECB was doing or is doing, but also what the other central bankers are not doing, and in this case the Fed are not cutting rates just yet. Maybe that can be one of the factors. Maybe if we do have that first rate cut beginning of September or something like that, maybe that can be the trigger to maybe find some move to the downside on the euro. That's maybe a shift in here on the exchange rates. Yeah, that's something just to keep an eye on. Yeah. Anything else? Any other assets?
Some people asking for gold. I'm pretty sure you covered gold already, right? Before I
was kind of just looking a bit. Jonatan was one that had a long position on gold. Maybe it's already reached his take profit. Gold, just quickly as well. So yeah, I've been a bit more bearish, especially last week. I was still a bit more bearish on gold. We kind of talked about that move. I think it was somewhere in here last Thursday, and price now made another leg down. It broke these lows, but it still respected this extreme, right? So gold at this point is respecting the extremes of these lows in here. It was in that scenario, and now it's also in here. Overall, I would still like to see gold potentially getting closer to 3.1 something, 3.1, close to 3.2. But now it's moving to the upside quite aggressively. You can see these 4-hour candles, even 1-hour candles as well. Just a straight move to the upside. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of where gold is now. To look for shorts, maybe price can go a little bit higher, or can at least take this top a little bit in here, manipulate a few people up and down before potentially continue to move to the upside. Yeah, I'm not entirely looking for anything at this point on gold, but I think we may have some manipulation around this level. As soon as we take this top, potentially can go towards there. My favorite would be still kind of for price to go a little bit higher, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, what about you? What is your take on gold and then Qs? Do you have any idea?
Well, let me put my screen on. Let's see, on gold, starting from the higher time frame. There isn't a lot. It's not very. Doesn't tell us a lot other than it's very, very bullish, as we know. Very little retracement tells about the strength of this asset. It's not, a weird thing considering all the uncertainty that was during that period in the market. Trump, with all his good intentions, caused a lot of volatility in the market. That's a fact. And if we look at the size of the we talked about this yesterday. If you look at the size of the candles, it seems that we are getting into a place of consolidations, right? We had very clear, big, quite large body candles, and the last two are basically almost non-existent. Not only that, we had a opportunity yesterday to close as a bearish engulfing, and as I was talking, it was flirting with that, posting or creating that structure. It never did. So to me, the bias is still to the upside, but in a way that not as bullish as before, right? Because if you see the size of the candles, it's telling us deceleration, and that deceleration opens the door for a possible reversal, even if it's only a retrace. I'm the same thing with you, Pedro. I look for that reversal, but so long as the market doesn't show us any signs of a reversal, I'm going to be looking to catch that move, because it may take some time. It may just continue higher a couple of weeks before it reverses anything. That's my thought. On the monthly time frame, there isn't really a lot to mention. One thing I would want to say is we have started a new week. So to me, the line in the sand for this month, this new month of July, would be that open on that monthly of this candle, which is 3298.03. If we manage to close below that on the end of the month, then I'm certainly I want to be, and even up to that moment before that actually happens, if I see that we're creating structure and breaking bullish ones, I'm gonna be looking to take an advance on that possible move on that monthly. The weekly, we created, and we initially did have a reaction on this weekly order block that I just deleted, but it was something to be taken advantage of on the lower time frames. On the hourlies, it was something, not on the weekly, as we have seen. It didn't react to it. What it did so far is we are in a demand zone. That's why I left it in there, even though the two weekly structures are very close to each other, even overlapping, telling us the same story about the consolidation and the deceleration. Not very clear order flow in this time frame to the upside. Not very clear, but it does have a bullish undertone, because we can see that it almost broke that weekly bearish structure, and is, we don't know, but it might if the next time it tries to test it, and that could be this coming few weeks, it might just break it, right? That could turn everything back bullish, but so far it hasn't, right? So we are reacting on this bullish order block on the weekly time frame. If we go closer, actually it is a very beautiful quasi that the market is responding. Look at this beauty. I talked about this yesterday. Like, this is the established downtrend, right? Breaks the neckline, and it goes where? There are two possible areas, one here and the other one there, and it goes nicely in there and reverse. So you can see, even though it didn't create an order block moving out, you can see how the market changes from pushing lower, bigger candles pushing lower, and now today you have that follow through coming out. And if you go to the lower time frames, you could have actually it didn't come to the area all the way with alignment there. That's the area that I personally was looking for price to go to, and if it does that, I'd be all over this asset. It didn't do that. However, this H4 order block is within that daily order block. It didn't trigger on the daily to me, but you can see how these fresh order blocks are created. They price go back into them, retest them, and that's all it needs and moves away, right? So based on that fresh order block, and this is something that I use in my strategy, although I didn't have enough alignment in this case, but this is something perfectly tradable and very profitable. Okay, so combining fresh order blocks on different time frames using alignment, and that would have been just the fact that it created this order block and was in here. And maybe we can go to the lower time frames and see if there was a way to get in on these wicks as it was. Let me mark it better. As it was interacting with this order block, these wicks, that's where you want to be getting in as it is responding to that H4 order block. Let's go down a couple of time frames to see if there was something. It didn't get to my area, so it didn't trigger me to look for anything. On the H2, I don't see anything. On the H1, oh, there was one. Yes, look at that. It isn't to me, this is not something that I would trade, because it is above the 50% retracement. I want to see it go deeper, but there is an indication, right? The fact that I use the 50% retracement to filter out the trades, it's a preference. It is a something that I do to make it more selective. It doesn't make it the only way to use these quasis, right? So it's this shows, right? I don't like to use them, but you could build a system around them and not using a different retracement number instead of just the 50% as I do. In this case, it came back to that order block. Let me mark it as a H1 order block. To me, as I said, it's not a valid one, but that's for my system, but it's perfectly tradable. And you can see price comes back and moves out of it, and maybe we can go to the lower time frames from even on the 15-minute, another quasi perhaps. Let's see, and we do. Look at this. Maybe on the 30-minute it's better to be seen. Let's see. It is not on the 30-minute, maybe on the 10 minutes. I'm looking at some time frames that you could have traded this. Look at this. Look at this beauty of a quasi. This is something, when you see this pass by, it is something you're not quickly gonna forget. Impressive. Look at this. Established downtrend. It goes, and what does it do? It takes out the neckline. Look at that. Look at that. Takes out the neckline. And where does it come back? Tell me. Tell me, people watching this stream right now, where does it come back? Do you see this little fella here? Bingo. There you go. That's the 10-minute quasi. I don't use the 10-minute, but it tells you that if you're flexible with the time frames, you can catch. I'm going to use the 15-minute because I don't have a 10-minute. Look at that. That is a structure of how much? That is $1, not even less, 90 cents of a trade. You could have, I don't know, look for a trigger in there and put your stop below that thing and then target the higher time frames. Let's say since it was an H4, that was the basis of the structure, right? This is you want to be looking for something of the same manner. I see an H4 here. You could target this as a initial TP, right? Already that is a huge trade, 1 to 26. But it's, as you can see, I didn't trade this, okay? Let's be fair, I didn't trade this. But it is there. You follow the same pattern. It will not work every time. But you can get into these trades. And this is using Dutch H4. But since you are trading from also the daily, you could extend a portion of that for a daily structure, which is above. And that would give you another, what is this? 1 to 42, depending on what stop you had in here. I don't know. If I see this, I mean, this is, I want to frame this and, put it somewhere.
Definitely.
All right. So my idea to come back is that on the higher time frames, I'm a little wary that the not bottles, the bodies of the candles are getting narrower, meaning there is that increased possibility of at least a retracement, maybe even a reversal. So I'm cautious on the higher time frame, the weekly, the monthly, but on the lower time frame, we do have this quasi, and actually, if it ever comes back, either from this area and do something like this, that would be definitely something that I want to be trading. And even if it comes back for a second lower structure, that as well would be awesome to be trading, because it makes sense in terms of the pattern. And that's all I need and care about, right? It just needs to fit the bill, and fill the check boxes, and I'm all ears, and I'm all clicking the mouse. So what can I say? I'm bullish on the daily and lower time frames. Not only the momentum is onto our side, obviously I think that the market is likely to be wanting to at least go to that structure, which is the daily. We're coming from a daily order block, an entry order block, no quasi, and we're going to a daily in the opposite direction, which is the next station. So if anyone is holding a trade for a couple of hours, couple of sessions, then I would consider putting a stop in that area, or something related to that daily order block, meaning 369 to 394. 3,000, that is 394. But that's basically it for gold.
Yeah, I kind of agree on that level. I think price can go there, and then we'll see what will happen. It's interesting. It's an interesting move to the upside when you have the indices still also moving higher. Yeah, we'll see. It's just something to mention. So I was just thinking in terms of what could where the next conflicts in the economy or world or the markets could come from. We do have that. So this month of July, we're going to have earnings again, and then you're going to have the 90 days postponed from the Independence Day, like since Trump actually announced the tariffs. It's going to be now on the 9th of July, I think. I think that's kind of the deadline. Some countries already made deals with US, some countries didn't. So maybe you're going to go back into some tariffs conversation next week. And that can bring a little bit of volatility in the market. So that's something to pay attention. That's maybe more for next week. We may start seeing again in the news or Trump mentioning in some press conferences about tariffs, since they're getting close to that 90-day postponed date. Another aspect is in terms of the earnings. That's mostly also for the end of July, especially the big tech, because I think one of the main reasons why the US indices are moving to the upside so much, breaking all-time highs, I think is because of the earnings. When you had the earnings 3 months ago, it was quite positive. I think the market were happy with the situation of the continuation investing in the AI and everything else, and that helped to see this bullish move in the indices. So I think the earnings once again are going to play a big role, but by the end of July, that's something to pay attention. Yeah, that was something. I was looking in here at the NFP as well. The numbers, they're getting smaller and smaller on a monthly basis. So that may be an issue as well. So basically the trend is moving lower. This month apparently is expected already to go to 4.3. If you start going higher than 4.5, that can be an issue. And even when you look at job openings, it's also moving lower and lower, right? So even though the unemployment, I think that was something that was mentioned as well. Even though the unemployment is still quite low, I don't think there is much of a turnover between jobs, and I think that there's not many openings, or people kind of try to move into new positions or kind of trying to find new opportunities for themselves, for their career. I think that's steady. And that's kind of the first situation of a pause when you're looking for hiring. And then the second one is, yes, when there's no new opportunities and if the companies are not in need of laying off some people. Yeah, that's just... I was just thinking about it actually while we were speaking about code. So I just wanted to share that. But yeah, we can go back to charts.
Perfect.
We can go back to chats.
One question here. We have someone in the chat that is very impatient. Enosh, my friend. Patient is a good thing. But Enosh wants to know, buy or sell 50-minute. Doesn't want us to talk, just buy and sell. Wants to get the signal. What's the signal? Buy or sell. Stop talking. Enosh, there's one thing we do on the whole stream. I'm sorry to disappoint. We're gonna talk. There's no other way. We're gonna talk all stream. So buy or sell on the 50-minute. If you were talking on gold, this is not a signal service. Let's make that clear from the get-go. However, if I were to say anything on gold, let's look at gold. Enosh wants to know, I'm a reversal trader. So if I see this, I'm not interested in getting part of it. I want to be at the beginning when I have an idea, let's say price is going to that order block. I don't want to get in, where do I put my stop, right? This is a short, obviously. Where do I put my stop? I need to define my stop. So what I want to do is I want to see the market retrace into some structure where I know there is some higher probability of getting in. And that's why I'm a reversal trader, in the sense that on the lower time frame, I'm trading a reversal. But I'm going with sometimes the momentum or the trend, right? On the higher time frame, right? So I'm not a reversal in absolute sense. It's only on the setup that I trade on, let's say in the 5-minute, on the 1 hour, that is a reversal. But on the higher time frame, I understand that if the reversal switches and I get in on a demand zone, a retrace, that's going to move and continue most likely. So to me, I'm not interested in getting into this trade at all, to be fair. I understand that the market is probably going to need something like the daily order block that we see up here to change direction. But I mean, it can do all sort of things before it gets there. It could, have a retracement, and I don't want to be a part of that before it reaches it. And that's perfectly normal for when market wants to reach an area. It doesn't go there in a straight line. And so I'm not interested. There is, however, in this stop a very cute 15-minute order block. And if I wanted to scalp, I would be looking for reversal patterns in here just to scalp, because I understand that the market can have a little reaction in its path continuing higher. But I don't see that yet. That might still be something to come, but I don't see it. Perhaps if we have this happening, if you have this happening, creating, maybe even squeezing this, and it takes out that low, and I would be looking to participate in this little piece, right? That part. So it needs to take out the high, come back, break some structure, and then reverse into somewhere it left behind, a quasi basically. And then I want to be trading this. But if I do this, understanding that the momentum is to the upside, this is just a scalp, just to the next level on the 5-minute. I'm not going to be looking for something on the hourlies for it to go to, because I understand it's likely to be continuing higher. A 15-minute order block is not going to stop that from happening. There is something else. We have Daniel giving out some thank you, Daniel, for your congratulating Jonatan, all of us as well. TP to hit on gold. Oh, it's on the trade. Of course, it's on the trade. I was referring to this one, Midas Land. Daniel is the expert on gold, I might add. Daniel is a strong figure in our community. He's the gold man. He's golden Daniel for sure. With some good advice, he knows what he's talking. All right, so let's see.
I think we got the comment of the year from Habib.
Okay.
Yeah, basically saying that unfortunately he forgot to place a stop loss yesterday and up losing his 5K account, but with a good reason, right? So it was a minor loss for for a big win. So congrats from everyone in here and the 5ers. Hope everything went well, and best wishes for your family and for your newborn as well. So yeah, like it's a
Awesome.
comparing losing an account with the born of a new baby. It's literally a small loss. Doesn't even blink.
And that's how we should look at these things, right? Put them into perspective, into reality of things, right? Sometimes we lose ourselves thinking, oh, feel so bad. We bring ourselves down by thinking about losing account, while there are more important things in life, and it's not that bad. And in this case, Habib, congratulations on this new phase. We don't know if it's your first one, the biggest win of my life. It sounds like your first one, but whatever it is may be the case. Congratulations. What is more beautiful than these life events, basically, right? When we look back onto our life we lived, these are the moments that matter, not the account that got scaled up or lost. All
exactly,
right.
the first baby.
First baby.
For sure, it's going to be a new trader as well. So it's going to be a new trader in this world for sure. So you're going to be able to teach him everything you know. Of course, as soon as he managed to hear something, just bring him into the live stream, and for sure, especially when Peter is on. So he's just put his headphones. He's going to sleep like a baby.
I think it's great, man. Those are very beautiful moments. It puts your life. Well, many people say this, right? Becoming a parent changes your life, and it should, because it's a very beautiful moment. A lot of responsibility, but a very beautiful moment to be going through. Thank you for sharing that with us, Habib. And everyone in the chat is very very appreciative of you, and you sharing and congratulating you with a lot of emotion. I like that. Daniel says he runs on gold. Yes, you do. All right, no problem, Habib. Yes, this is the benefit of being part of a community, and a good one. That is, we're focused on being positive, on focusing on growth, on becoming better, on knowing more than you knew yesterday, being able to just improve yourself a little better. And that's all the benefits that comes from becoming part of our community, our YouTube community, our Discord community, in the ABL. These are, you're surrounding yourself with people who are potential friends, or in any case, you're gonna exude positiveness into your life, and we all need that for sure.
Yeah, exactly. We have Roberto as well. Roberto from Italy. So welcome. Okay, so welcome to the family as well. Welcome to the community, and of course, don't forget to subscribe, guys. Keep on pressing that like button as well to keep going now to the new target, 80k. But before that, we do have that giveaway on Thursday for the 75k subscribers. So yeah, welcome, Roberto.
We have one good advice for Habib. Get some sleep. Well, we don't know if he went through the night. I think he mentioned it. Did he say it was through labor was through the night? It typically has a higher chance of happening during the night. Let's see. Not really. Okay, so it doesn't mention that. But in any case, get some sleep, because as we know, you will need them in the future. In the near future, you will need a lot of sleep while handling plenty Nescafe Espresso. Good members here, giving all kinds of good advice for Habib. All the best. That is awesome. Okay, we have in the background, we have Mike and the distinguished sir, who is getting ready for their next. We hit the next segment, We hit actually 76. You just mentioned that, right, Pedro? 76,000 subscribers. Not long ago, we were at 25. It seems like not that long ago, but we're already at 75, 76 actually. It's it's gonna, I think it's gonna go even faster, right? The bigger we grow, there's that little exponential effect to it, where the bigger you become, the bigger the numbers grow by. So that's gonna be awesome to see our channel, because of course we want you to succeed. That's the whole idea of this channel. This is all focused on you. Yes, you watching, you individually. Yes, we want you to succeed. You know why? Because the 5ers wins when you win. That's how we roll. All right, we have
Have you ever heard about the interrupting cow?
I have
Ooh.
I can't say I have.
All right, so guys, how's it going? So I was going to jump in. Guys.
Okay.
I want to
You
show
should
you
take profit for
something.
sure.
Yeah, let me. Didn't hear what you said, Pedro, but I definitely agree with you. Okay, so let me pull up screen here. Pull up screen.
Dun, 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 dun.
Remove.
Terrible.
God damn it! Why do I remove that one? Okay, here. Look at that. So this is the trade that we took. So I didn't take this trade. Okay, so what I did was in the beginning of the live stream today, I asked the audience, should we go long or short on gold? You said long. I said what time frame? You said 50 minutes. I said, market order or not, and we choose market order. And then you guys decided what TP and what stop loss. So look at that. It's so close to our TP. Now the thing is, this account right here, I'm not going to be trading this myself. I'm going to let you guys in the audience trade this account. And if I get funded with this one, and I'll start making money on this, that means you're making money for me. So we'll have to come up with a way of actually giving back the profits. I'm thinking hub credits, right? So if I make money on this, or if you make money on this with my account, which is weird, but then we'll have to give something back, right? We'll give back hub credits or something. Or, I talked to Mike as well behind the scenes, and he's ready to actually, give away some of that profit, some of his profits to you guys. So you can send an email to, I think it's Michael at alphabetolab.com.
Burn it to the ground.
What? Sorry, do you know
Come on,
me?
chat.
What profit are you talking about? Me? Profit?
All right, so
Are
if you
you
want to
mad?
jump in and share the news with you all, and wish you all the best and good luck with the live stream. I see that Griff is in the background looking like, what the hell have I stumbled upon here? All right, see you guys later.
Thank you, Jonatan. Thank you for that update on this new form of trading, right? Public driven. It can't be more democratic than that. So it's gonna be fun. Let's see how far the audience are able to get profits. That's gonna be a lot of fun. I wanna be part of. I wanna be watching when this happens. I hope Jonatan has a specific time he does this, so we can all tune in and watch how this account grows. Who knows? Maybe it's going to be huge. We have in the background, for you guys watching us at home, we have Mike and Griff. I'm going to go log off. I don't know, Pedro, are you coming? Are you going as well?
Yeah, I'm going.
Thanks,
so
Victor.
it's going.
Forgot me.
The reason is, I apologize, LJ. Yes, you're right. The reason is that on my screen, I can't see you unless I scroll down, and I didn't see you were in the background. But of course, yeah, I understand. Thank you. My apologies. But yes, we have.
You're in the bad books now, Victor. I'm sorry.
We have Mike, Griff, and surely we have LJ as well, waiting in the background to be part of the next segment. So on that note, anything you want to add, Pedro, before we give the keys of the fortress to these four gentlemen?
Yeah, just to mention that today with the Portuguese community, we are going to have a special session with focus on psychology in trading. So we're going to have a few guests, psychologists that works with traders, and another trader and mentor. So it's going to be a good session. So if you do have any questions, if you're Portuguese, first of all, or if you do speak Portuguese, feel free to join. And we'll also be giving a giveaway in there. So yeah, it's going to be at 5 p.m. UK time, so feel free to join. It's going to be a great one. Yeah, that's basically it on my side.
Awesome. So join the Portuguese speaking community. All of you who can, and even if you can't speak Portuguese, doesn't matter. Just join the Portuguese community. It's going to be fun. You have Pedro here, who is heading that community. Well, it seems like even though I love math, and it seems I can count. It's 3 gentlemen, not 4. 3 gentlemen in the background waiting for us to for the next segment. So on that note, me not being able to count, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm gonna give the entrance to the next section, and I hope to see you guys in about 55 minutes. I'm gonna come back, and we're not gonna continue. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going to be coming back in 55 minutes. On that note, see you guys in a little bit.
Hello.
Hello.
How we going?
What's up?
I don't know why I didn't notice this before. Did you know that we've got a soundtrack called "Feeding the Ducks"? That's what this is.
Oh, dude, I love ducks. Ducks is they're my favorite animal. I love ducks, honestly.
Feeding the ducks.
They're amazing.
This-
they can do everything. They can float, they can
background
fly,
news.
they can swim.
Did you ever watch
the cold?
Did you ever watch
they're
the movie The Mighty Ducks?
Yes.
Yeah,
Great movie. Love
that takes me back to my childhood.
Yeah.
That and Cool Runnings, Mighty Ducks.
Yeah,
and
Cool Runnings as well. That was great
Yeah.
movie. Great movie.
Yeah. Anyway, Griff, good to see you, buddy. How you doing?
All good. How are you both?
Yeah,
Going well.
very good. Sorry, it's a little too chilled. Those ducks. I like the ducks, but that's too chilled for me. I need a bit more energy.
You need the
and
mighty
movement.
ducks. That's
We
what
need the
you
mighty ducks. We need the
Yeah.
mighty ducks.
More
Exactly. Who have we got in the chat? We've got Marina in with us. We have got born in 2944. He's now got a
Men's
picture
back.
that's more suitable.
George
although actually, hang on a
Soros.
second. If you were born in 2944, you should be the image of an atom or something. I don't know what you should be the image of, but kind of the opposite of George Soros, really.
He'll probably
we've
still be
got-
alive in 2944. Put it that way.
True, yeah.
He's got enough money
we've got-
to freeze his brain or put it in AI somehow. So,
We got Venetius, we got Hippopotamus. I'm still waiting for you to confirm whether you bought that domain name or not. If you didn't, I think I'm going to go and buy it.
Such a good username. I've been
it's a
thinking about
brilliant
that
name.
like this whole week.
It
I've
is.
been thinking about Hippopotamus.
Isn't it so good? And when he popped up in our stream last week when Griff was on, and we were like, "Damn, that's a good name.
That's amazing.
That's somebody
So
who's
good.
taken the time." That's the kind of name that you don't get from ChatGPT. That's the kind of name that you get in the middle of the night when you can't sleep and you go, "Oh, I've got it." LJ will know what I'm talking about.
yes.
Anyway,
Nora's in here as well. Hello, Nora.
Laura's in. Nora's in. We got Daniel in with us. You got Marina in with us. Yeah, we got a great team of people in with us. Even the Twitter handle is gone for that name. Yeah, who cares about the Twitter handle? You need the domain name. You need the domain. you got the domain, then you're all good. So yeah. And we've got payouts happening. We've got Yandao, Mr. Yandao, getting a payout within 10 hours of requesting.
Congrats.
Which is great news.
Yeah, that's great.
Beautiful.
You don't have to tell us, but are we talking 6 figures, 7 figures? What? How much did you rinse out of the 5ers with that payout, Mr. Yandao? Let us know. And financialmarketai.com. Have you got that? Have you got that domain, Henri? If you haven't, I'm going to go buy it. Those of you that know the inside joke, you'll know that I'm a bit of an addict when it comes to buying domain names that I then do nothing with and I just sit on. And yeah.
That's Mark's latest investment strategy.
Yeah,
Just stacking up domains. He's got a massive Rolodex. They just flip out with all of them.
Exactly. I have literally a ridiculous amount. And I just started last month and already got my first payout, which is $4,000, Mr. Yandao. That is
Well
amazing.
done.
Brilliant. Great stuff for somebody just
Spend it
new.
wisely.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can indeed resell them. Born in 2944 says. So yeah. And Henri has got the financialmarketai.com domain. There you go. Henri, I'm curious, did you buy that based off my splurge of domains recently, or was this something that you've just held for a long time? I'm really, really curious. But Mr. Yandao, that is brilliant news. Oh, StreamYard's getting a bit buggy. But yeah, congratulations on the payout. Very, very nicely done. Look forward to hopefully seeing you on the stream, sharing more news about more payouts as well. Mariam is getting straight in there with the questions about gold. Has the gold short trade started? Sorry, it was away for a while, so don't know if I've missed a trade. So gold has hit an interesting level. It's finally come to that 350.
Yeah, whether you've jumped back in at all now, Mike.
Do you know? So LJ and I were talking about this morning, and we were like, oh, gold, right? Are we ready? We're at the 350 level, and I wasn't paying attention, and I haven't actually got any trades running at all at the moment, because I've been too busy coding and doing other bits and pieces. But it does look like it's a really, really nice area for sells right now. I do want to see what happens on the 1 minute right now. So the high that we've just created on the 1 minute, if that holds, if we get a nice reaction off that wick on that 1 minute candle, then I would say yes, sellers could be coming in. But I want to see that bearish wick. I want to see that tested, and for us to then wick away from it. There are levels higher up, but we've left a long old trail of liquidity further down as well. So I do think the sells are coming in. So
I have jumped into a sell here. So I've got capacity. I can. This is where my initial stop is, right here, about 54.5. I have capacity to move it up a bit further. That's how I scaled out the trade, but that's where I've got it sat for now. So this is what I'm currently in. Looking for extreme extension would be right back down to 3306, depending how much momentum we get, whether it's a hold into tomorrow or the next day. Otherwise, we'll be looking down here somewhere about 3340. Otherwise, which is still a good kind of return. So overall,
I'm just looking to see, did it tap into that? It has literally just tapped in. So, that's just, look at this. This could well be the sell of gold right now. Right. I'm just gonna, sorry,
I was doing it for you.
Look at that. Now, I'm not saying it will hold because it's still got this little cluster here of wicks up here. But imagine if that does sell off from here. That could be one hell of a trade. If you got in at the test of the wick. It's not entirely convincing, but all you need is like one of these, right? That could be just you're done. Stick a fork in me, I am done.
Year.
Look at that. Like if you stick that trade on and you go for that low there, right, which is the weekly inside bar, that's 127R right now. That's 127R.
Go on, do it.
I would.
Do it.
I would.
All in, mate. All in.
If I could afford to, I would. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of how it's done it, because it's literally done it by the smallest of margins. So I don't think it's going to hold, if I'm honest. But that's why I love those tiny stop losses, because if you do catch one of these big moves, you only need to risk like 0.1%, and away you go. You know. So
the hats will return, Stephen. Just by the way, they will return. Not today, but they will return. We have got the 75,000 subscriber giveaway on Thursday, so maybe the hats will return on Thursday. We'll have to wait. We have to get some.
We have to do some negotiations with Jonatan, and we have to decide whether or not the cow costume that Jonatan is working on for his random interrupting cow, whether that will work hand in hand or not with LJ's hat collection. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm impressed, Henry. I'm really impressed. He says, I just bought it today because of what you said, and I'm going to sell it for $1,000. There you go. I'm curious how much you bought it for, though, Henri, because that is a pretty, like, financial market AI is it feels like a kind of what would be a premium domain. So yeah, I'm curious.
Pump them numbers up. Like,
I can't.
I mean,
cannot imagine
9K minimum. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm curious how much he bought it for. I can't imagine he got it for $10. I can't imagine he got it for $10. Yeah. I got it for 18 Australian dollars.
There you go.
Wow.
Dude.
All right. Well,
18 Aussie, dude. Yeah. Dude, honestly, just slap that thing up for, I don't know, 36,000 or something, and then just see what offers come in.
There are actually, Henri, in all seriousness, there are websites where you can market the domain and create like a whole brand and everything else that you would sell as part of the package, and you can sell it off as part of the domain. So
you might get someone that's just like, I'll give you, it's up for 36, 46K or something. They're like, okay, I'll give you 20, and you're just like, all right, like,
yeah, exactly.
It's kind of how these things are. Okay.
But yeah, very nicely done. We've got a question here from Satish Kumar. I feel like this is a question for Griff, because Griff is, in my mind, is like the Yoda of patience. I feel as though Griff is kind of like the dude who just comes along with the patience of, I don't know what, like a Buddhist monk that comes along and just can hold on to a trade for dear life, but can also wait for a trade for like forever.
Hopefully not forever.
Well, yeah. But I'm curious. I am curious, Griff. Your thoughts on this question from Sathish? What's your thoughts?
I'd say just have really clear rules. That's the best thing you can do, really, because if the problem is yourself closing out the trade early, there's not really many external things you can change to fix that. Like, you just don't close out the trade early. That's the only thing you can do. So you need to set up habits and routines that support that. So I'd say have a really clear trade plan where you've outlined exactly how, when, and under what circumstances you close your trades, and then just do your best to follow it. And also, I think I've said before, like, make sure to try and stay disciplined outside of trading as well. If you're not brushing your teeth in the morning, or maybe I'll do the dishes later, whatever, you're probably not going to be able to follow a trade plan with discipline either. So yeah, just be disciplined in all aspects of life and have a clear trade plan. Those would be my tips. What about you guys?
Yeah, it's the classic, like, make your bed in the morning. Same way if you're in the army, that kind of stuff. It's why they do that. It's that wax on, wax off Miyagi type thing, right? Same deal. Yeah, that's definitely clear. The other thing that I would add is when you're feeling that in a way, and you want to close a trade because you're in profit, and it's tempting to just grab what's there and be like, and just secure that. A lot of the times when I'm considering that, because maybe I'm in a good position and my trade's actually running, it's working out really well, but you're going like, oh, it's really good, maybe especially after sometimes you've had a string of a couple hits or something like that, and you just want to bump up that equity, start to recover, that kind of thing. But sometimes you've nailed a trade and then it's very tempting, especially when it is running very well. So it's a healthy amount of profit, but you're not fully to where your complete expectation for the trade is. The question I always ask myself is, because say you're long something, you closing out that trade is essentially you selling it. So a good question to ask is, would you short the current asset that you're in from this level? Because effectively, when you're closing the trade, arguably what you're doing is shorting it. Therefore, right, you're reversing the trade. So that can be a good question to ask yourself, to say, would I short from here? And then if the answer is no, and you're still within your prior trade plan and expectation for the execution of that plan, you might go, okay, I'll keep sitting on it for now. And as you get further down, say the trade plan starts slowing down, or you've got other inputs that have come out, maybe there's some headlines or something that have disrupted the structure of the technicals, something like that. The thing is to keep just rehashing that, would I short from here, right? And once you get to the point that potentially I would consider shorts from here, then you might reverse that, right? So, and then obviously if you're consequently short, just ask if would you go long from this standpoint. So that's often a good counterpoint to ask and reflect with yourself as to when you should exit a trade, that I've found helpful.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think trying to stay away from them is really, really hard unless you just walk away. One thing I've been playing with, and I haven't been able to iron this out yet just because with everything else I've been working on, but is automating the trade management. So if you know that your trade is whatever it is, you enter it. If you use an automated trade manager EA on MT5, for example, and you set it so that, right, okay, I am going to set this trade at break even once it hits this RR or this number of points or whatever it is, and then it's going to be a trailing loss after this level, and then the trailing loss is going to be this number of points, etc., etc. If you can kind of make it more mechanical, then you can leave your MT5 running and just walk away and just let it run. Do you see what I mean? And that's probably another way to look at it, because if you're struggling to let them run, then and you're doing it for 30 minutes, then there's something psychological here happening. And the best way to do it is to step away. But if you step away and just leave the trade running, it could come back and hit your stop loss, right? So use the technological tools that are out there to help you manage that trade and help you manage it within your trade plan to say, right, once I hit this, dum, and remove any human element from it and just let the EA do it for you. I don't know how much the earnforex.com position size EA will let you do it, but I know that the trade dashboard one that I use, which is paid, but that one does allow you to do it as well. So there's a few ways to do it, but certainly I would say use technology as your friend to help you kind of automate it. But I mean, guys, we've been here for like almost 20 minutes. And we haven't discovered yet whether or not Griff has taken a trade in the month of June.
Yeah, I took one.
When did you take it? Yesterday?
What asset?
The day before.
Yesterday at 5 to midnight.
On June 25th on
Is it a yen pair?
Yeah, it was.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think we
Yeah,
want to see this. We want to see this trade, Griff. Do you mind
Yeah, go
pulling
on
up the
then.
chart
Yeah,
and let us
Yeah,
see
just-
the one trade that Griff took in the month of June? Now, before anyone asks, or before Griff brings up his trade, guys, what do you reckon? Was it a winning trade or a losing trade? Let us know in the chat. Did Griff hit a winner or a loser on the 25th of June? On what asset was it?
EJ.
It was Euro Yen.
Yeah, EJ.
What do we think, guys? Curious to see. Let us know in the chat, guys. Alrighty, let's bring up Griff's chart. So Akram reckons it was a win. I'm pretty sure it was a win as well. Yeah, tell us about it, Griff. I mean, you waited because this was the whole one trade that you took in the whole of the month of June. And in May, when was your last trade that you took in May?
In May, it was around mid-May, and to be fair, that was a good trade. I made like 13%.
So this was over a month of waiting.
It
for this
was,
trade to
yeah.
come
I
up.
think it was nearly a month and a half waiting for this
Wow.
one.
Okay.
It's literally just like the last 6 months. It's normally not like this. But yeah, honestly, this trade, normally I try to take trades which are like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. This one was, it felt kind of experimental, and maybe I'd give it an 8.5. It was quite an interesting trade. So I took a buy, break and retest right here. I put my order 1 pip above, and I used a 20 pip stop loss. So it looked like this. My reason for taking this was because, first of all, yen pairs are in this huge uptrend. Normally, the reason I think this is a bit of a weird trade is because we're kind of in the middle of the high and low here. Oh look, I've got 5ers colors. Got 5ers pen on. We're kind of in the middle of a high and low here. Normally, when I take a continuation, I want nothing to be to the left of it to show that we're like very clearly in an uptrend. In this case, though, we weren't. We were in the middle of this high and low. And my reasoning for that was I was kind of imagining we were on this very large higher time frame uptrend. And rather than taking a continuation here when there's nothing to the left, I feel like this is kind of a bad place to take a trade when you're on a higher time frame trend, because this is right before you get the pullback to go higher. So rather than taking my continuation up here, I thought, what if I could get in on a continuation kind of within the high and low to go higher? So looking at this trade here, I was basically just very confident that we would at least come up and tap this high, which we did actually. But not before I got tagged out for a reduced risk loss. So it wasn't a winning trade. It was a negative 0.31% reduced loss.
Oh dear.
Yeah, basically a break-even month. So
that is that was one hell of a wait for us for the whole of June, and you gave us you gave us such high hopes there, Griff.
yeah.
What was your thought process then when you went through it? Like, because you said yourself it was experimental. It wasn't necessarily your setup, let's say. What was kind of your thoughts behind it when after it had gone through and after you'd kind of essentially taken the loss?
Sorry, police car going past. Yeah, so I think one reason that made me take this is I was very, very confident that price was going to continue higher, and it did. I got the direction right. I just got in a little bit early, I guess. We did end up continuing higher and tapping this high. I just ended up getting in at a bad price. One thing that I kind of liked about this trade, which I thought was quite interesting, was this. So on Euro JPY and Euro USD, the Euro pairs, quite often if we get a descending channel, rather than reversing like we do on the other pairs, it's actually quite high probability to get an impulse down, which is quite an interesting pair characteristic. And I kind of saw that setting up here. I felt that this had we kind of reached a top here. We got this shift down, and then we got this descending, and we started building momentum to the downside. So at this point, I was looking for shorts, and I was really confident that price was going to reverse. But we didn't. We ended up breaking and retracing the low, ranging around, and then moving back up again. And I thought that was really interesting because when we have a really high probability pattern, and it's kind of like it's defeated, it ends up being a fake out. This shows me a lot of buyer strength, because we need quite a lot of buyers to be able to defeat the sellers in this high probability pattern. This is my logic anyway. So the fact that this high probability pattern failed, I thought, wow, okay, this shows that there's quite a lot of buyer strength. We're already on this uptrend. We got the continuation set up, so I thought I'd give it a go. And as well, on the 5ers prop firm account that I've got at the moment, the road to 100K series, I've already reached the profit target. I just need 2 more profitable trading days. So I needed it to go for a 1-to-1. I needed a $500 profit. This was my TP and my stop loss, and you can see that it came 2 pips away from getting that second profitable trading day, but unfortunately, not this time.
So what's going through your mind when that happened? Given how long you'd waited for this setup.
Sorry, that was your question.
Yeah, but no, that's fine. But I mean, for me, and I imagine for a lot of other people out there, because this is 100K high stakes. This isn't like a 5K high stakes. It's 100K high stakes. So it's a big amount of capital that you're going for, right? And you know that you've basically passed it. You just need these profitable days. So you need, I think it's what, $500 bucks.
Yeah, 2 $500 days.
2 500 profitable days, like net profitable days. This one trade would have gotten you that $500 for one of those days. And your thought process afterwards, when you're like, oh damn it, I've just taken myself down $500, and I've been waiting a month and a half for this setup. What's kind of your thought process after that?
I guess there's a few. I can understand if a trader might feel frustrated in this situation because you've waited for a month and a half, and because it came so close to hitting the TP. I don't normally have 1-to-1 TPs, by the way. It's literally just for the profitable trading days, just to be clear. So I can understand that it could be quite frustrating. But I've dealt with way too many frustrating trades in my career for this to have any impact anymore. I guess maybe I'm dead inside. I just no impact whatsoever, honestly. I think the main reason is, if I'm to think about it a little bit more, I really do think of my trading in a series of trades. So one trade loses, doesn't matter at all, because I'm taking 30 trades, maybe 40 trades in a year. So I know that this is just part of my edge, and you can't avoid trades like these. You have to have a few losses to be able to end up getting involved in the winners. So this is just out of my control, and I know over take 10 of these trades and I'll end up winning and being in profit overall. So just maintaining that kind of perspective makes me immune to any frustration.
Okay. So new month, 1st of July, new quarter as well. You got your eye on anything at the moment?
At the moment, the JPY pairs are all kind of moving sideways right now, so not looking on anything there. At the moment, my focus is on the dollar pairs because they're all trending up. Last week, there were a few close calls. I nearly got in on a trade here. I'll show you. I had a pending order set right here, and you can see it nearly tagged me in there. And I also had a pending order set over here, and I removed it after these double wicks. So you would have been tagged on the next candle, and it would have ended up going to profit, but I removed it. So the same, I'm just looking for buys. Euro looks pretty good. It's showing what I described earlier, where we kind of have a channel and then a push up. So I'd consider a continuation if we break the high here with momentum. I'd set a pending order like this, like that, and hope for a nice little retrace, continue higher. That's all I'm really looking for at the moment. Just the dollar pairs.
Okay. We've had a few comments about gold. We'll come to gold in a second, guys. But Born in 2944 says, "How do you stay so patient, Griff?" What is the secret sauce? What is the way of the Griff?
I guess I think I wasn't always super patient, but realizing that I'm in no rush to make loads and loads of profit from trading definitely helped my mentality. When trading was my only source of income and I was dependent on it, I would definitely be more prone to forcing trades, taking positions I don't like, and just failing at being patient. But when I kind of change my perspective a little bit and think of trading as more of a long-term wealth builder rather than like a get-rich-quick type of thing, it helps a lot with not rushing trades. Like, I don't mind if I make like 20% this year. That's fine. You know, I don't mind if I'm break even this year, because I know like if I just keep doing this for the next 10-20 years, which I've seen in my backtesting, it works for 10-20 years, then over a large sample size, I'm fine. So yeah, I'm just aiming to make loads of money in my 30s, 40s, you know, so that kind of takes off the pressure of having to take trades right now.
Yeah, cool. No, absolutely great great way of approaching it. Let's see, Akram's got a comment. Yeah, that's how the market gets you, and that's how you know that you matured. I think Henri said it best. Yeah, quite right. So looking at gold, the gold, I'm assuming that Mim is referring to this trade that I had as a suggestion. Yeah, that one was a loss. I don't think, though, that we are necessarily in the sells just yet. I don't know. Don't ask me why. I don't like the way this started. It doesn't appear to me to be a particularly strong start here on the 1 minute. The 2 minute is a little bit.
You gotta keep pumping the sells for me. Just re-enter.
No.
Come on. I'm still short. I'm still in. You gotta help me out. Come on, let's go.
I do think we're going to come in.
Everyone's short gold.
I just don't. I don't like this setup. I don't like the way that it started with a bullish candle and then a bearish candle. On the other time frames, it looks all right, but I just don't like the way it's starting this move. If you look at it here, for example, this is started without a wick on the 7 minute. So I do think we're gonna whipsaw a little bit more. So yes, that was a loss, but as always, none of these are signals. None of this is financial advice. You should be looking at your own strategy and your own trading plan before you take any trades. You shouldn't be taking any trades that we are necessarily taking unless they match with your own strategy. Millennium Management says, I believe I'm going to make 10% every month. It's a nice belief. If you want to...
I was just going to say, I think that's a good belief, though, in general.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a good belief.
Because I think there's a fine line in the trading game in general between realistic expectations, taking losses, that kind of stuff, which you do have to do. But basically all I was going to say is that it is good to have that kind of expectation, forward hope, that kind of stuff, to hit those things, those numbers, even if they seem a bit silly. Part of the reason being that the same as in business, right? It's a way that trying to elevate those kind of expectations forces you to somehow develop or create ideas or strategies that will actually facilitate that, right? And if you have a certain reference point that is far lower, that's all you'll be playing in. So in the same way of the, shoot for the stars, hit the moon type analogy, having these kind of higher levels and then try and just see where you can get somewhere in between there, and then over time you'll iterate and continue building on that, is definitely a good idea. I just want to say that because most people would, probably go and say, 10% a month. You're dreaming. You'll be XYZ in 10 years. Good luck, right? So
I would say there's nothing wrong with setting that self as a vision, as something to target. You've just got to, you've got to set the plan out for that, right? You can't just go in with that vision and say, this is what I'm going to do without any kind of plan, right? Henri says, target versus delusion. Goals should be attainable. If the expectations are unrealistic, that's a road to disaster. And that's what I'm saying, is that you've got to have a plan in place. Elusive Trader is saying, you guys only work with MetaTrader, right? I'm more comfortable with DX and preferred 5ers over other prop firms, but couldn't get in because of MetaTrader. Elise is
only MetaTrader at the minute.
Yeah. So, but I know the guys in the 5ers office are working diligently to bring in new tools and new platforms and all that sort of stuff. So
I'd be curious.
Keep an eye out.
Ulysses, are you a US trader possibly? That's my suspicion.
Yeah, because they haven't reopened to US traders since the whole MetaTrader thing. So
yeah, we haven't. Yeah, that hasn't been sorted out just yet. So
yeah. Zhao, it is on Thursday. So come join us for that, but hopefully you'll join us for the meantime as well. We've had a question about Euro JPY. Griff, you were looking at Euro JPY earlier, and I know LJ, you've been looking at it as well. Do you want to pull it up and just give us your thoughts on? Yeah, okay, I heard you. I heard you.
I was going to say initially, my expectation for Griff was that it would be a JPY pair, just per his sort of trading style from what I've picked up over the past couple of periods and that kind of stuff. Obviously, we went through that and sort of, Griff outlined he ended up missing on the trade slightly, unfortunately. But added to that, just as an aside question you can think about, would you consider dollar yen Griff? If scrap the rest of the yen pairs, I would say have a look at dollar yen, because it's got a slight different characteristic at the minute that might be.
I will. Thank you. I've looked at dollar yen once, and it was in my first few months of trading, and I was backtesting flags on it. It can, when it moves, it really moves, right? But otherwise, it can be quite a sideways pair, I think, like quite corrective. I don't know. I'm trying to recall like my early trading knowledge. But yeah, my understanding at the time was like, you get maybe 20% of the time it's really moving, and the rest of the time it's kind of chopping.
Yeah. So basically, I've been talking about. We'll hit Euro Yen in half a second. I'll just wrap this up. Basically, I've been talking to Dirk as well around a sort of longer term short dollar in general, and specifically dollar yen short in particular, as far as the whole dollar complex, dollar unwinding, Fed moving towards rate cuts, that kind of stuff, right? And then hence dollar yen is very prime for that because of the unwind of the carry trade that we've had for a very long time, all the way from 115 up to 160, right? So he's taking out a number of multi-month options plays that we've put in play for now for a while, and we're gradually getting that move lower. So just in that aspect, as far as the fundamental macro type side around it, I just see it as a perfect swing trade for yourself.
Awesome.
So
yeah,
the same way, if you go and look at the charts, we'll see any kind of up moves we've had have typically been instigated by headline moves and then sold off very quick. So you can see the clear propensity to sell any kind of rallies. And so now what we're looking for is a move. If we just jump over to dollar yen right here. So these are the kind of trades I've had on here, just perpetually selling highs, right? And ultimately we're looking to move through. This is a longer term sort of trend line that we've constantly bounced off, right? And then come up into this higher range. Fallen off from there again. We've finally broken through that. And now you're looking around the 140 to 140.50 kind of level as the next sort of base target area. But if we go to a higher time frame, it shows very similar to the dollar index. We've got a 4 hour. Actually, it might be a bit clearer. So basically you get through this lower level, 139, and then you're coming right down towards 128 here. And as far as the interest rate differentials from a larger macro fundamental perspective, Dirk's done the work with AI, integrating everything. He's come out to about the same kind of points as myself. as ultimately current rate differentials substantiate about 118 to 120 kind of a movement. Now between there'll be shifts, right? And so anywhere around the 130 level is looking very optimal for dollar yen to continue down to. So anyway, my point is this is a potential, depending how long you want to hold it, and technically right now you get negative carry holding it for too long, but you got like 1200 pip movement. And ultimately the point is that when we're looking at the dollar index on a larger time frame, we're already substantiating that break into this lower section down here, right? Which lines up with the larger dollar yen move. So we've moved away from this higher structure, same way we have on dollar yen. And ultimately we're looking down towards 90 or so to 92 on dollar index. And then that goes in line as well with the euro ultimately coming higher up into these 120s. So anyway, I just wanted to highlight that as something for you to look at and, you know, analyze and check out for yourself. And potentially we get a massive trade from you at some point for, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
200,
I can
300,
see exactly
400,
what you're
500
seeing.
points, etc. Right? So, yeah.
I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you. I can see on the 1 hour a continuation is setting up now, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Thanks, LJ.
Yeah. Anyway, that was just something that I thought might be of value. So there we go.
I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm always open to hearing some new ideas. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Talking of new ideas, then, Griff, I'm curious. How did the strength scores work out for you? Did you have a look at those?
Oh, they were. No, I didn't.
How did I know that was going to be the case? How did I know?
Hey, maybe if I could get like an indicator in TradingView, maybe I'd put it on.
I'm pretty sure there is actually an indicator on TradingView.
Oh no!
So let me just go.
You're like, I was trying to talk my way out of that. Like,
Damn it!
No, I'm pretty sure there is an indicator. Just give me a second. I'll be right back.
Oh, brilliant.
With an indicator for you.
Right. But yeah, as far as euro yen, as we were covering before, so it does have a similar, somewhat throughput per dollar yen as far as the yen side of things at the minute. So the differential, however, being that euro yen is showing a slightly more confident, we'll say, put it that way, chart. It's not exactly bullish, not exactly bearish. Should kind of pull back into a bit of a neutral area. That's obviously going to go to the euro side of things as far as the euro complex. Recently, we've had the ECB, as far as all major central banks, will be the first to hit the terminal rate before any other. So currency markets always trade on like a relative differential, right? So ECB hits that first, and then that means they're kind of done. So basically got one more rate hike priced in. Market's fully aware of this. Basically, the only question now is whether it happens in 3 months or in 6 months, right? So that's why we've seen outsized euro strength. We've also seen outsized strength from pound, Aussie, any other yen cross, except for the dollar yen, because the US is basically going to be the last to really effectively bring rates down. So that's the differential we've seen here. Obviously, we've come off recently. This is partly spurred by the heavy drops in dollar yen as well. So as far as the complex there, and we've had a few trade talks recently between Japan and Trump equally. So where euro yen is right now, clear point here is obviously you would see this as kind of the line to hold. We've retraced into that and had a bit of capitulation as far as this sort of, if you run this through here, it's like a relative channel. It seems as though we want to move lower, perhaps down to 168 again. So on the basis of probabilities, that's probably where I'd be looking at, with the caveat that dollar yen has already collapsed pretty heavily. At some point here, we're likely to get a bit of a pause, potentially a small rally higher, right? Just as a retracement, nothing major. So that could be something that would then disrupt the euro yen trade here. However, at the same time, if you have dollar yen rallying, euro dollar with respect to that should come off. So you'll have the other input per the euro side of things pushing the currency down. This is why where we are now, personally, as far as the other yen crosses, I have a bit of conflict within them, because the other majors that tend to be the forward driver as far as the correlations, with them being more liquid and the primary kind of assets, they're somewhat in conflict with the drivers and the technical structure from the other yen crosses at the minute. So all in all, what I would say is play it very structurally, very technically, and within that, still weight the dollar yen as the overall heaviest driver for the lot. Because if you guys go back and look at, say, where we topped here, etc., and bottoming like this, they all coincide with dollar yen either bottoming or topping out. So that at the moment seems to be the tipping point for the other yen crosses. There you go.
Yeah, I agree. EJ looks really good for a short. It looks like I'm seeing a larger ascending channel where we're breaking and retracing, struggling to move higher, which we haven't seen for a while. It's just been flying and flying, whereas this looks like quite a significant slowdown. Those bearish pullbacks are quite strong. I think I'm on the exact same page, interestingly.
Yeah, I'd basically have this as your construct, per se. If you basically fail here and keep going down, or potentially you look for this level about 168, 169, as the level to break, and potentially run back up another 30 or so points, have a retest, come back lower. Right, so it's either you fail here or get a break of that, and then you've got another 30 points higher, and then look for another short entry from there. So that's basically what I see anyway.
Thanks so much, Jay. That's really helpful.
I have found an indicator, but it's not what I want. But it is an indicator of sorts. So, you know, I'm just going to put it here. It gives you an indication.
That's interesting.
So it's even in the form that LJ likes as well. So you know, there's scope for work here. The only thing is that this is what's interesting is you can actually. It's a very interesting indicator, in fairness. So if anyone was interested, then it's called the what's it called? About this script. It is called the currency strength chart. I think it opens. It is source code, so it's actually open. But what's interesting is if you go into the settings of it, you can actually really change a lot of the settings. So you can look at what time frame it's based on. You can look at the lookat period. You can decide what's it calculated on. You can also go through and have various different SMA. All these, there's actually a really huge amount of stuff that you can play around with here. You can even have a currency pair strength as well. There you go. So an interesting one. It's not in the form that I would probably like, and it's also interestingly just very, very basically looking at. It's set to the daily time frame right now. So assuming on the last close of the candle, this is saying that the dollar is the weakest and CHF is the strongest, which Baby Pips agrees with based on last close. Dollar's a weakness. The Swiss is the strongest. However, Euro is sat right in the middle there. as you can see here, euro is right up here, almost as strong as CHF. So there's a different, and this is where you've got to be careful with strength scores, is you've got to really understand whether they're genuinely giving you what you expect them to show, and really understand the formulas that they use as well, because they're all algorithmic, right? And they can use RSIs, they can use Bollinger Bands, they can all use all sorts of elements of different indicators to compile the strength score, right? And that strength score is then determinate to whether something's higher or lower, and so on and so forth.
I was going to say one of the often common things with how they run is just a daily point, but depending how your time frame, your local time is set on whatever platform you're using, that'll change the time. So like if you have it to midnight your time, but say if that was Australia, that's basically when US is opening. So that's not the same as like rollover, which is typically considered closed per New York, etc. Right?
So what's interesting is you could set it, say for example, the 4 hour, and you could do it on every tick. Then what it will do is it will, as you can see, it's updating every time there's a tick. So it's currently showing on the same basis. So an interesting one, not one that I would necessarily use, because I don't like the fact that it covers up half the chart to be able to actually see what it's doing. You kind of have it like that, and that just doesn't make any sense to me. But there is an indicator out there for you for Griff. So just putting it out there, my friend. If you want it, it's there.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's so great.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
It means a lot.
I will just touch back.
I'm here to help you. I'm here to provide you these insights that I fear that you might be missing out on. I feel like you're missing out on the dopamine fix that I get every day by opening degenerate trades.
Yeah.
So I feel like if I can help you to get there, then it can only be a good thing. So yeah.
I was just going to say I'll touch back just on because we had a question about pound yen as well. So pound yen is basically similar to what I was saying before. Overall, pound dollar, and the larger pound complex right now has a slight weakness per comparison to say like the euro yen, that kind of stuff. That's because of that central bank element and some of the other macro drivers and data coming out. And as you can see here, this is the pound yen chart, which you can see is clearly distinctly weaker. We've now broken down through here. So that's why at the moment, as far as the yen components, it's the other majors attached to the yen that seem to be the majority driver versus the yen itself. The yen's kind of somewhat in the back seat. So you can see euro yen is also weakening, but it's certainly not the same kind of chart setup as pound yen at the minute. So, but overall, we are definitely coming off as a whole. So I just wanted to clarify / touch on that. I think there was a question here for you, Griff, as well.
Yeah, I've been speaking with the bad player in chat. I told him that maybe he had a fear of losing. That's why he wasn't executing. And he said he does, but he also has a feeling of laziness. So I said, about what we were talking about earlier, about in your personal life, make sure that you stay disciplined. And he asked how he can stay disciplined in his personal life. And I said, start with small habits and just being disciplined, you just do it. But yeah, start small.
Yeah. Fair.
I'm still looking for that other indicator. Sorry. I've got it here on my screen, and I'm just searching for it so that you can actually have it on your MT5, Griff. So you don't even have to go to Trading View, that you can have the strength score straight in your MT5. Give me a little bit longer and I'll find it for you. All right.
There's one. I used to have one prior, so there is
definitely one. Definitely. There is one out there. Yeah, there is. I'm determined to get it for Griff, just to really, I feel obliged now.
Yeah. So you say
it's too much effort, Mike. I don't know if I'm going to use it.
Yeah, you're going to serve everything up, Mike, and then Griff will be like, "Oh yeah, cool, thanks, man."
Yeah, thank you so
It's
much.
all right.
Like when you get a pair of
He re-
socks or underwear from your for Christmas,
he already-
you're like, oh, thanks.
He literally already did that to me last week when I was like, Griff, hey, currency scores, and he was like, yeah, whatever, Mike. It's like in the nicest possible Griff way that you could imagine. Griff was like, yeah, Mike, just shut up. You're just talking rubbish. I'm not gonna use this. I don't know what you're on about.
Interest. I'm still showing an interest, but I'm teasing you a bit more now.
You feigned an interest. Let's not go over the top here. You feigned an interest, but yeah. Oh dear. So, but yeah, I'm still looking.
Yeah, 29.44. I do use a combination of text and fundamentals. So I always have fundamentals and the kind of macro general outlook. Fundamentals and macro not to be fully mixed up. Slightly different, of course. So I always have them in the background as the larger framework. I try and scope out like the next year to year and a half. Work back from there, 9 months, 6 months, 3 months, this current month, and then like the next 2 weeks, 1 week, and then go into the next couple of days as far as whatever macro data is like on the tape, right? As far as the important bits and pieces. So always have that in the backdrop and trying to frame that out as the general momentum and general outlook for the market as a whole. And then I go down to the technicals as far as entry points and daily activity that I look at for entries, exits, and structural points. And typically what I'll do is when you've reached a certain critical point and say you're looking for a tracement, but that's like against the larger fundamental and macro sphere, I'll go in with like half size. And then once we come down to a level that is appropriate to re-enter, which is backing with the momentum of the fundamental macro picture, including central banks, all of that, then I'll go in with full size. And that's just a way that you can trade the back and forth, but also not get caught out trying to trade against the trend per se, right? Because there's plenty of beautiful trades to clean up on retracements against the trend once you've sort of overextended or fully priced in a certain move, very like buy the rumor, sell the fact type thing. But at the same time, often those moves can further extend themselves beyond what might be reasonable, right? So that's always the point I put in there to just half size everything, or it might be 0.7 or something like that, or some relative sizing based on where we are for that.
Good news, Griff. I have found an MT5 indicator for you, and it just sits nicely on your MT5 chart. I've just sent that to you in a DM. So
fantastic.
You're welcome, mate. You can.
Why don't you come over to my house? You can install it for me. Make sure that I'm definitely using it.
No problem at all. Easy. No worries at all. No worries at all. Those of you that are just joining us, this is just good banter and good laughs that we have. So yeah. But I do see that we have the man, the myth, and the legend that is Victor. Sitting in the background, ready to rejoin you guys. So that does mean it is it from us for today. But Griff, I'm looking forward to seeing you next week when you're going to tell us about all the trades that you took based off the indicator of the currency strength scores.
Oh, I have so many.
Do you know what? Just humor me, right? And try it and see if it gives you an opportunity. Just pick a day over the next 7 days and just see if that indicator gives you a trade. I'm really curious to see if this works, and then we can talk about it next week.
I want to see an entry point for a dollar yen trade with like an 800 to 1,000 point profit target, right?
Guys,
all right, you've got a choice.
I'll just give you my login credentials. You can trade for me. Thank you, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
This is where LJ, we come into work tomorrow and we'll find out from Jonatan. Yeah, Griff's asked that he can go on to a different segment because you guys just keep hassling him and pushing him to do things that he doesn't want to do. So yeah, sorry, but you're gonna have to have your segment without Griff from now on. Oh dear. Anyway, listen, guys. Always a pleasure. We are. we are back again tomorrow. Tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. UK time. LJ and I will be back. We've also got the Alpha Beta Lab stream as well tomorrow from 8 a.m. UK time, so make sure you join us for that. Otherwise, we will be handing you over to the legendary Victor, the Master Trader, right after this. Griff, LJ, pleasure as always, and we'll see you guys next time.
Peace out.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at The5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the The5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
Are you ready to crush the market? I'm here for you to give you some insight about current price action, the state of the, not the union, the graph, the state of the graph. So let me hear it in the chat. Yes, let's go. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for some profits? Tell me in the chat what you guys have been doing so far. What asset have you been trading, and what results you have been getting so far today, maybe this week? And perhaps we can even go to some trades. I'm looking at EU, and if there isn't anything, hi there, Electrician, Marina, Matthews, I like that, FX, Vinicius, Habib, yes, happy father, Habib, that is, I'm happy when I see your name for you. Yes, let's get the party started. That's the energy, that's the vibe we want to be in the next 2 hours, which is of course the next 2 hours of our stream. We have a interesting week. It's going to be a short week because on July the 4th, which will be on Friday, it's bank holiday. There will be no markets in the US will be closed because of the holidays, and that means NFP will be 1 day earlier, Thursday, right? So take that into account. NFP can shake the market, and typically does have its dose of volatility comes in after its release. So you want to be prepared for that as well. There was someone who asked me some time ago, Steven, I don't know if you're still with us, Steven. If you are, raise your hand or hit a keystroke or any other option. Steven asked us, why is it that what is good about NFP, right? He doesn't trade NFP. So, well, Steven, I don't know if you're here, but maybe, and if you're not, then next time you come around, I'll tell you to, I'll write it down, timestamp this, the date and the time where you can find our 3 hours and 37. That's going to be the timestamp I'm going to tell Steven when he comes back, if he is not here with us already. But coming to the question, what's good about NFP? Well, NFP is, there isn't anything special about NFP necessarily, other than it's a major read on how the economy is doing. It's the job market, the labor market. And that is one of the drivers of any economy. The labor market, its labor market. In this case, it's the biggest economy of the world, the strongest and the most relevant for, the asset that is everyone follows if you're trading FX, and that is the dollar. So That's one thing. I'm sure you already know this, Stephen. But in terms of the trading, what's good about it is that there with the volatility, there's also a lot more opportunity. It means that people will get wigged out, people will get pushed, trapped, and that gives us opportunity to either some structures are broken and then market will take off and you can get a piece of that, or you're already in a trade and that could be the catalyst for going the in the right direction or in the direction that you wanted, if you happen to be on that side. So simply put, it's a influx of a lot of volatility. That's it. There is the market goes berserk on NFE, not all of the time, of course, and that's it. It's just opportunity for you. But with that volatility peak, there's also a peak in risk because the market doesn't behave normally. The ranges get expanded, and if you don't know what you're doing, it can be actually very dangerous, right? For your market, for your trading. I mean, not your market. We have Dr. Deanna Cole in the background, and whenever she's ready, she is ready. Okay, so here we are. Hello. How are you doing today?
Good. Good to see you,
Dr.
Victor.
Cole?
Welcome back.
Thank you. Same to you. Welcome back. We can recognize. I think you're back from traveling. Is that correct?
I am. I just got home last night. Good to be back.
Ooh,
good to see
great.
everybody in the chat too. Thank you for saying hello. How's everybody doing?
Great. We have been expecting you anxiously. We want to ask you, Deanna, have you taken an Asian trade, a trade during the Asian session? Have you?
I did. I took a partial loss last night, and so I it was a good trade. I should have taken more off at the first profit target, and so it was it hit the first TP, and then the rest went to my stop loss. So
maybe we can show that to our viewers. Do you have
sure.
Maybe a little graph we can visualize the trade? We will.
Yep. Let me get it set up here so I'm on the chart here, and I will be able to show you that. Give me 1 second here.
No problem. Take your time, Deanna. How was your weekend? We didn't speak yesterday. We missed each other by a fraction of a second. But how was your week your weekend?
My weekend was great. It was great. My both of my boys had a lacrosse tournament, and so we were just out in the sun, enjoying the summer, trying to stay cool. It was fun. How was your weekend?
Awesome. Great. It's summer here as well, so it is and it is quite hot, hotter than usual, which is always good, but it can be a little bit too much sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know about where you are, but the week before it was a heat advisory where we were, and it was incredibly hot. All right. Okay. So I should have it loaded up now, Victor, if you can see.
Yes. Here we are. Yes.
All right. So this is what I was looking at last night. So last night, price. Okay, let's just get oriented here. So on the daily chart, you can see that we had just a complete rocket ship for 6 days now. So we had 2 really strong green days, kind of a consolidation day, and then 3 more pretty strong days as well. So 6 strong days in a row. But when the market opened last night, this is where it had closed. It had this like spike up right near the close for the day. And then when price opened up again, it was right here. So price came down and tapped into this 62.42 level or 62.43 around that area, which was an important level the day before. You can see that there was a lot of activity around there. So it dipped into here and then broke higher. So Also 6250 has been an important level for a long time. So I was looking at this level, and I ended up taking the reclaim of this level. So it dipped in here and then pushed higher. And after it did that, it went multiple levels. So I was a little bit, I wasn't in this early, but once it hit my take profit, it just turned around and dumped from there. So I was able to take a partial win on it, because it hit the initial TP, but then the rest went to the stop. So what I could have or should have done differently is taken more off at the initial target. That's what I would have liked to do if I could redo it. But you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes. And what I'm looking for today, so price is inside this daily range from yesterday still. And this pink line here is the previous day low. So if we can get into a lower level and then get a strong push higher, that could be an area where I might be interested. But also if we could get, you know, into this zone here, or even dip below the prior day low and then recover. So, you know, it will be a matter of kind of waiting to see what price does. That would be an area that I would be interested as well.
Awesome. That is the S&P. You took a partial win on that trade. Have you incorporated in your testing how much is optimal to be to be using, how the distribution between TP1 and TP2 should be? Have you tested it out? You know, what is ideal, or maybe there's different rules, different distribution depending on the setup, the kind of, you know, circumstances and things like that?
Absolutely. Of course, it's more likely to go to the first TP than the second TP. And the further out your take profit is, the lower the probability that it's going to move to that level. So you can get around that, or I get around that, by taking off most of the profit at the initial TP, and then you know, a little bit more at the next TP, and then potentially leaving a runner. So I have some discretionary you know, discretion that I use and how specifically I do that. But I do try to take the bulk of the position off at the very first TP. The trouble for me is when the TP is so close, the next level of significance is so close, that it makes it a little bit difficult to lock in enough profit at that level. And that's where I might make a discretionary choice to have another level, almost like a TP 1.5, a little bit further away. So that's the scenario that played out last night. And, you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes. So looks like we're getting a really nice flush down, and it would not be surprising to see a red day after 6 days up. But if we do continue to flush hard, it could present or create a new opportunity to get long. The harder the flush down and recovery, the more interesting it'll be, because price is still in this zone. And yesterday, NASDAQ hit all-time highs, closed above the all-time high, just barely, but closed above it, and now is back below again. So ES is in a little bit, this is the S&P futures. S&P futures are in a little bit different situation because price never made it to the all-time high. You can see it's still around 62.90, and right now price is around 62.35. So I'm still interested in looking for an opportunity here, but see if we can get a little bit of a price move down first.
Does that mean that you think that NASDAQ could still have a little pop before, you know, eventual, perhaps a possible reversal, because S&P hasn't reached all-time high yet? Still liquidity up there to be grabbed?
I don't try to predict what's going to happen. I just try to react to price. So I have no idea how price, I mean, I'm sure price will get to all-time highs at some point, but how it is going to happen, I have no idea. And trying to figure out or guess how that might happen can interfere with trading, because I'm looking for probabilistic entries. And so if price reacts to a zone and pushes higher, that could be a probabilistic entry, but not all entries are created the same, right? If price comes down and takes out the previous day low and then pushes higher, that's a higher probability that we're going to see a continuation to the upside. It's never a guarantee, but it's a higher probability. So I'm definitely not in the game of trying to predict what's going to happen, just reacting to what I see. And I try to stick with that.
Awesome. I think that's an awesome way to look at it. You mentioned you take most of the profits at your first TP. Do you have a fixed fraction? Is it a fixed fraction, or is it still, do you allow yourself some discretion as to what is most in this case?
Yeah, I think I have a guideline of what I use. It's typically around 75% of the position is taken off at the first profit target. But again, because it was so close to my entry, I have, sometimes we'll use some discretion to push a little bit further. And sometimes it works out great and sometimes it doesn't. Last night was a time when, it didn't work out that great. Again, not totally surprising, but we don't know what the future is and we don't know what's coming. So you just do the best you can and understand that if you are using discretion and you're not entirely systematic or entirely rule-based, you're going to win some. And well, you are, even if you're rule-based, you're going to win some and lose some, but just being okay with that and knowing that, sometimes it's going to work out for you and sometimes it won't.
Losing is part of the game. It's
absolutely,
it's like inhaling, exhaling. You can't win all the time.
That's right.
It's part of the game. You better get accustomed to it as a trader because you're gonna see a lot of it all the time. All right, perfect. That is the ES and NASDAQ, the NQ. What about gold? Have you been looking at gold? Is gold a little bit easier to trade on your chart, or is it still in the same way it was before, which was not so easy?
So yeah, we've talked about gold for a couple weeks now. It's been so messy on the chart, and the thing about gold is when it's quote unquote easy, or when at times are good in gold, they're really good. So price tends to follow these really nice trends. Even when it's going lower, it's like it continues for a couple days. And so catching one of these waves and riding these waves is much easier, in my opinion, than trying to mess with this disaster right here. And so for me, I was initially attempting to find some opportunity in this mess. And then because gold had been so favorable to trade, but somewhere in here realized, okay, this is not so good. It's not looking so great. And eventually I did try again to get back in gold, but I am back in the point of waiting for gold's price action to clean up a little bit. Way too much chop, sideways action, downward flags that eventually break out. But if you're waiting for the breakout in here, this is pretty ugly price action. However, yesterday, for the first time in a long time, we've started to see something a little bit different here. So looking at gold yesterday, so we had initially talked about this ugly choppy price action is kind of looking like a cup. And eventually we added, I think it was Victor, wasn't it last week that we were like, we had said a few weeks or a while ago that this looks like a cup. And then I think it was a week or two ago, we added this handle where we've got this cup action and a handle. And the price action yesterday was interesting because price took out this swing low. There were multiple swing lows here. Let's get these highlighted. So multiple swing lows. Now this has happened before, right? Here's a swing low, price never came back above it. There was the swing low here, price dipped below and looked a little promising, but never really got going. And then the last time it did, we don't know if it's the last, but the last time it did, it took out this swing low here. And for the first time, really closed a little bit stronger. This one closed up, this candle here, hopefully you can see my cursor. This candle closed up, but it wasn't a very strong candle. It stayed inside the range of this down black candle, and so did this one. It was barely up. Again, it was an outside bar relative to this candle, but stayed within the range here. When this one dipped down and rebounded, and then we saw even more of a rebound the day following, and now as of today, price has gone above this last down candle, the high from this candle, and so far is above that and moving quite strongly. So ideally, I would love to see price continue above this candle and start to make its way up. Of course, we have no idea what's going to happen, and it could be a scenario where it looks like a perfect cup with handle, and it could not be. We don't know. But if we start to get some nice, clean trending action, like we've seen with gold in the past, this is going to start to interest me a little bit more. So when we drop down to the hourly, here on the left is the hourly, you can see how nice price has just been smooth and consistently moving higher. So starting to intrigue me a little bit. I'm not ready to trade it just yet, but I like how things are starting to shape up in gold a little bit better.
Awesome. What I do like about gold is that we have quite some alignment, and I'm going to show my chart to illustrate what I'm talking about. For those who weren't here about an hour and a half ago, we analyzed this from top down, and one of the things is that we talked about is the alignment between the weekly, daily, the H4, and now a new, I didn't discuss this, but a new fresh quasi, not a fresh order block, but a fresh quasi that is being formed just now. We have the bullish order block on the weekly that has been retested. I don't mean the immediate retest, but the now retest that is we're seeing now. It's for the last 2 weeks, or the next 1 week, last week and this week. And then on the daily time frame, there was a very beautiful, we talked about this as well, very beautiful quasi established downtrend. The head, the left shoulder, the neckline, it takes it out, and it takes a reversal, or it has a reaction from the first entry order block on that daily time frame. So this is perfect. This is quasi in action. And if you go to the H4, we can see that there is as well a fresh order block that was created as the market reversed and rocketed on in this direction, this new direction, that reversal. What we do have, so what I am seeing is that on the daily time frame, we are reacting favorably to that order block. Well, there wasn't a very ideal order block because of the width it has, very wide. The wider it is, the less attractive that order block is. Yes, I did say attractiveness of an order block. But the thing is that even though it didn't trigger on the daily, we do have a quasi that is now being formed as we were listening to you, Deanna. We have a quasi that has been created, right? That's the established downtrend, and we've just taken the neckline. So now I'm looking for that possible doesn't have to happen from here. It can happen from much higher, but that possible reversal into the order block that initiated this impulsive move for a continuation. Possibly that could happen after we hit the daily order block, or who knows how high this might go. But whenever it comes back, that's where I'm interested in taking a long and targeting not a short, a long, I said, a long. And what I would do is, hey, I'm left hand and right hand are playing tricks on each other. I would take something, putting my stop below the order block, where that's the basis of the setup. So if this is broken, the whole setup is invalidated, and get your entry whatever your plan is, and target the last high that was made with this move, right? Either it is the order block, then I'm going to be doing the same. And if it is higher, perhaps I'm going to extend this or just keep it at that order block, that daily order block, if it hasn't been invalidated already. So that is the idea that I have boiling on the stove for gold.
Sounds like a good idea. I see there's a lot of interest in gold in the chat, and somebody mentioned looking at gold now. See, this is where I struggle to predict reversals and when to enter. And I think that comment probably resonates with a lot of people. Trying to predict reversals is very difficult, and you are going to be, even if you're the best trader, you are going to be wrong more often than you are correct. If that doesn't sound like something that you're interested in doing, you might want to consider following the trend, riding the trend. And even when you are riding a trend, you still have to pick your spots patiently and correctly, areas that are probabilistic, but you will have a much higher win rate. And it's just a little bit easier on the psyche to do it that way. There's nothing wrong with picking reversals, but keep in mind that traders that do that, and I don't know if there are more traders that follow the trend or take reversals. I suspect it's they tend to go with the trend. But again, picking reversals, you're going to have a very, very low win rate. So you have to be okay with that and accept that you will have likely a high risk reward, but your win rate will be low. Guaranteed, it will always be low.
One advice we can give to everyone who is attempting to be a reversal trader, I am one. One of the things that you can do is that, yes, you are trading a reversal, meaning you do understand that within the lower time frame, this is a downtrend, and you're going long this, meaning that you are a reversal trader, but that this fits within a trend following market structure, meaning that you understand that eventually the market is likely to continue in the direction that you're taking. So yes, you are a reversal, but within a trend following mindset, meaning that you understand that this is likely to continue making higher highs sooner or later because you follow the trend, and the trend is to the upwards in this example. And yes, you are on the lower time frames, you are looking for that reversal, but that's only the setup is the reversal. The whole idea is still with the trend. If you can pair this, you're using both the best of both worlds. You're getting tighter entries, and you are going eventually with the trend. That is something that what you don't want to do is have both of them, the market structure against you, and you're trying to pick, the bottom basically, in terms of reversal. And the other thing that I want to give to those who are trying this is the lower your likelihood of being right, and this as a reversal, it's less than 50%. You have chance to really a time that you're likely to be. I don't know your win rate, depends on your strategies and your rules, but you're likely to have a win rate that is quite low, probably quite likely below 50%. If that is the case, one of the things you can do to make sure that your entries are of good quality is make sure that you get good confirmation. So not limit orders, just there, getting in blindly, but actually see the market change, break structure, create order blocks, or whatever it is that you'll use to read price action. Not having just one confirmation, but multiple confirmation, ideally in multiple time frames, on those lower time frames, but still multiple of those. Those are a few advice we can give to reversal traders, as M76BB is mentioning here in the chat. Awesome. I like that. I do love that. We do have a couple of more. We have actually a good question here that I was going to ask the bad player. By the way, the bad player is a great name. There is a story behind it, and perhaps one day we will discuss it in here as well. We have a question. Do you sit all day in front of your screen, Deanna, to find your positions, to find your trade? Do you do that?
I saw that. That is a great question. I do not sit at my computer all day. One of the benefits of being a trader is that you can get out and do what you want to do. You don't have to be confined to, to your desk. I do think that there's probably a time and a place when you're learning where certain times you will want more screen time, and but that doesn't have to last forever. So no, I don't sit at my computer all day. I do probably look at my phone more than I would care to realize, just to see what price is doing. But generally speaking, you had kind of, I'm not sure exactly the words you used, but you had said something along the lines of you're a reversion trader, but you trade within the scope or the realm of the larger time frame as well. And so you're kind of a complex mix, as is everybody for the most part, I would say, of a trend follower and a reversion trader, or vice versa, right? A reversion trader and a trend follower, because there's always going to be a higher time frame or a larger trend and then a smaller trend. And so when you have a really good idea of what you're looking for, what that's going to look like, I think it's not necessary to sit at your computer as much. And it's, obviously a good idea not to do that. So no, I don't sit at my computer all day, and I doubt you do either, Victor. Do you do that? Sit at your computer all day?
No, I don't. But I am, let me see, there is something here that I need. Something is causing me a lot of, is my video smooth? Because I see that I may not be as smooth as I want it to be. And what I mean by that is the video, of course, not me personally.
Looks the same. Looks the same to me as usual. Let us know in the
Okay,
chat
all
what
right.
you see. But on my end, anyway, it looks as it normally does.
Okay, so I'm gonna close some tabs. Maybe I'm not sure what is causing it, but as long as you guys don't see any effect, then we can continue with the discussion perfectly. What I want to say, no, I don't have to sit in front of my screen all the time. Although, I mean, I could, because what I backtested is a time of the day, a trading window, and I'm supposed to take all setups that happen between that window, and that window is quite large, right? Some traders only trade a couple of hours a day. I trade basically the whole day, but I don't have to sit in front of the charts all day. And one of the things that I do is, this is a very good example, right? My trade plan tells me that I need to watch the H4 for my day trades, and I have to look at my dailies for my swing trades. And the daily, I can see it in one glance, and I see I don't have a trade on the daily, so I don't have to. I just look at it, 2 seconds. I do or I don't have a trade. That's one thing. And the other one is the H4. I do the same. So I look at the H4 and I say, okay, where is it? Does the H4 tell me that I might have a trend, a entry or not? And if the answer is no, I don't have to be sitting here. I could be doing something else. Obviously, if there is a possibility of a trade, I need to have my alerts ready. I need to be pending of my chart. I might be, need to be close to my computer. I'm not able to do it on the phone. Some people trade from their phone. I'm not one of them. Obviously I'm going to be checking it from my phone, but I can't get into the trade from my phone. So I'll have to be at a place where I can actually do the whole process that I usually do. But I have to be on my guard. And the more, if it's only the H4 and H2 and H1 are not aligned, then I know I can, have a little bit of freedom, not, completely go away, but I probably don't have anything to do in the next 1 hour, 2 hours. And I can fill my time that way, that I'm trading all day, but I'm not actually watching the chart, 10 hours a day. And even when I enter, It is not the idea that I'm gonna babysit this. By all means, no, I don't want to do that. I have other things that I want to be doing with my time, and that's why I like to have as passive as possible of a trade management. Ideally, put your stop in, put your TP, and walk away and come back at certain moments where it is relevant to maybe take a decision at the end of the day, maybe the end of the H4 candle. You can build these moments in, and you don't have to sit constantly in front of the computer. But that is after years of doing this way. At the beginning, you don't know what your setup is. You don't know what you're supposed to be doing, what you can miss and cannot miss. So at the beginning, it's an expedition in finding out your identity as a trader, and I think that should guide you. You should give as much as you can, gather tape reading skills, the data. What I would do is, if I don't have anything else to do outside of trading, which of course I combine, but if I don't have anything else, I would go to, when those times where I'm not supposed to be necessarily in the chart, I do have it on, but I'm not looking, I'm not waiting, I'm not expecting any signals. What I would do is I would focus on other parts of trading, because trading is not about clicking enter and sell, or sell and buy button all the time. Actually, that's just a tiny fraction of all the work. The work is done on your system, on your data, collecting data, monitoring, working on yourself, journaling, checking, do quality checks, and making sure that, in my case, all the copiers are in shape, there's no technical malfunctioning. So it's a lot more going on than just clicking enter, or even just watching the setup. That's just one part of the whole process. So I would do those things while I'm waiting for my my signal, so to speak, and in my case, stream stream in the meantime. But
it's a great way to
yes,
fill your day. You get to talk about what you're interested in, but you're not tempted to make trades that you don't plan on.
Exactly, because what I've noticed is that I what I in my case, I want to be as close as possible to the charts, because I want to have my ear on the ground, for my own setups whenever they hit, right? That whenever the signal comes, either today, later on, or maybe tomorrow, I want to be in the game. I want to be in tow. So I want to see, I want to have, I don't want to be too absent of the action, right? And having, in my case, streaming and doing everything else with my charts on is a perfect combination, where I'm still connected, but I'm not focusing on the chart. I'm just glancing at it once every 30 minutes or so. But everyone has to get their own balance. And of course, I haven't said anything about, for example, some people are not, they can't dedicate their whole day to trading. Basically they're still in a job. So you'll have to figure your way around, depending on the time, the hours you have available for trading. And I would be, in those cases, I would try to use, my free time as much as possible to trade and gather experience, and let perhaps the data collection be done on the weekends, or when my setups typically don't present themselves. So you have to use your optimize how you use the time you have, the opportunities during the day you have to trade as much as possible. But in my case, I have the whole day basically to trade, and that's what I do. Just I don't do it constantly, because I don't have signals. And that's actually something, making a long answer here, but that is actually something that it is by design. I wanted it to be this way, where I don't have signals every time, all the time. I want to have, having it flexible by playing with the rules, with the selectivity, with filters in the trade plan, that I can, and all of you can do this, where you can decide how many trades you want in a day. It's, for example, very simply by choosing the right time frame. Very simple. Or by making it with more alignment in my case, right? So if I'm only looking at just 2 time frames in alignment, I know I will get more setups, more signals. And if I look for 3 time frames in alignment, obviously that's not going to happen as often. So by using these, making these changes to your trade plan, you are actually in control of how many signals you get per day, per whatever period that is relevant to you. So you are totally in control at that phase. Once you enter your trade, that you're not in control. But I mean, everything that comes before that, you're completely in control of how much trading can or will take from your day.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, that's one of the perks of the 5ers, trading with the 5ers, is that you are not required to trade, to close your trades by the end of the day. So you have a lot of ability to design what you do. Like you said, it's up to you really how you trade, how much time you spend. Somebody was saying in the chat that gold isn't giving an opportunity to get in on a pullback today, and that could be true depending on how you look at it. But there was a really good opportunity yesterday. That was a good opportunity to get in, and for some people today it isn't too late. It just depends on what your time frame is and what you're looking to hold, and how much risk you're able to take. So position sizing is a big part of that. But knowing these things before you start pushing buttons is really the key to knowing what is going to be a good fit for you and what isn't. And then you can design your day however you want.
Totally. I totally agree with that. I'm going to look for a possible, see if there is anything. I do see there we have a neck break on from the left to the H4 for those who are looking for possible areas to short gold. For those contrarians among us, let's see if we have we can get a reading on a possible quasi. Actually, not a possible, it is a quasi. And let's see, we have the 50% retracement. We are above that. So that's the first thing that I'll look. And the second one is I want to be looking at how many of these structures are visible on this time frame, the H4. That is one. Whether or not the market will actually move from them is another thing. You'll have to decide that when the time comes. To decide whether this is only going to be a drop, a small reaction, or the market is actually going to react heavily from it. What we can see here that we have one big handle, one big area and that's it. So we have 3 entry order blocks, and that's exactly the personal maximum that I use: 1, 2, and 3. In my case, if I'm interested in fading this move, I want to have something of a bigger time frame, right? If I'm going to be, even if I'm scalping, I want to have something of the H4 or even higher, maybe the daily, that I know that the market has or price has a good chance of reacting from. So I'm going to be looking at the lower border of that daily order block and the low border of that H4 order block for a possible reaction, not a swing trade short, just a possible reaction. So something more like a scalp. And if it does have more body to it, more skin or more meat to that, reversal, then I could consider having it as a day trade, holding it for a couple of hours. And, depending on how that goes, and if the daily confirms, and even perhaps a reversal. And of course, this H4 below us, that would be one of my targets. Actually, it is a little bit higher now. That will be my target for that short whenever that happens. I hope that helps some of you in the chat if you're looking for that short. Meaning, I don't see anything of interested until price gets to that order block. There's a bigger, let's see, is this, I do have an order block here, but that is something from the left. Okay, so that's not as significant. That's from the left. I'm not going to be touching that, using that. I want to be looking at this order block. So we're talking about 33,380.60 on the H4, and on the daily, we're talking at the level of 3,369.24. All right.
So we're starting.
Go ahead.
We're starting to see a little bit of a action on the S&P that could be interesting. So the S&P kind of free fall, or we were price was kind of moving lower, but it started to accelerate to the downside, and it targeted this zone that I have highlighted again on the ES futures 62.27 to 62.32 price tapped in there and is pushing above from there. So this could be an area where if we can start to get some upside movement, could be a potential entry. However, price is still not tapped below the previous day low at around 62.23. So there is the potential that an even better setup could form, but right now we're seeing a bit of a spring action from that little zone that I have highlighted.
Yes, one thing I have to mention in coming back to gold, just to give us an idea if how we are. I'm gonna switch back to my screen for those who want to see it visually, or how others can you see it. On the daily time frame, we have let's measure the ATR. It's 53 on the left lower corner. You can read the ATR for today. It's 53.85. You don't have to take it too precise. It's about a ballpark figure, and right now we are at 55.79, meaning that gold has expanded, or the range of gold is beyond 100%, not too much beyond, but it is beyond. So meaning that from here you could be looking for some reasons, perhaps some current price action. Let's go to the hourly. There is none yet to be seen, but we could be looking for the coming hours to see if price confirm to us that the sellers are coming in, creating those bearish structures, and then when these are retested, you can get a short understanding that the market is likely to reverse or have a mean reversion kind of a trade, and that is before even reaching that level which I mentioned, which is that daily order block, or even that H4 order block above that. So that's something that I think is relevant for our viewers. The ATR of gold is beyond 100. Its price can continue to go, but the more it extends, the less likely it is to keep on going, because it's like a rubber band that it gets extended. It can go much higher, much more, but not endlessly. And especially as well, if we consider that today, what do we have? We have the ECB speaking in. Let me share that as well. We have the ECB speaking later on in about 40 minutes, Lagarde, and we have some other central bankers speaking, the British pound, the yen president or governor, I should say, and also the chairman, Powell, is speaking in about 40 minutes. So perhaps that could be the catalyst of stopping gold of this continuation. So we're talking about 40 minutes from now that we could see some, maybe before that, or maybe during the speeches, see some change in market behavior for gold.
Yeah, it's a weird week, because looking at that at Forex Factory this morning, I noticed that NFP is listed on Thursday because Friday is a bank holiday, and that doesn't happen too often. So Jolts is also at about a little over an hour from now as well, which tends to be a big market mover, at least on the indices. And then, like I said, Thursday, a day earlier than normal, because typically NFP is on a Friday. It's on a Thursday. I believe Thursday is also a shortened day because of the holiday in the US on Friday. So news-wise, it's kind of a bit of a strange week.
Yes, it is. It is indeed strange. We don't have the NFP on Thursday, as often, presumably once every 7 years, right? Because of 7 days in each week. But it still doesn't happen very often. So someone asking about the mask. There's always someone, always someone asking about the mask. Someone in the chat, Jose Antonio Avila. Thank you for your comments, for your opinion. We appreciate that. Anything else? Let's see in the chat if there's anything.
There's a good question here from Maya Trader, Victor, to you specifically, saying,
okay,
you're observing the daily chart and concluding that there is no trade possibility on the pair for today. Does that come from intuition or some pattern forming on the chart, or both? That's a great question.
It is. Actually, what I do is it's something that is specific to my trade plan, but I think it's not. Then again, it's not specific only to me. I mean, a lot of people do this. I define, because I know what I'm looking for, and everyone should know exactly, intimately, what they're looking for in the charts. So once you have your trade plan crystal clear, what needs to happen on certain time frames for you to be interested, then nothing else matters. Doesn't matter what other people are doing, on social media or whatever Trump says. If whatever it is that I'm looking for is not on the chart, in my case, it is the order blocks, right? If we're not on a daily order block or close to that, I have no reason to use the daily for my trading. So so if that is the basis, for example, on the daily time frame, I have to specify that a little bit. What I do is all my trades are based on the H4, and I start as a day trade. All my trades I never have a swing trade from the get-go. It's always a day trade initially. So I start from the H4. And whether or not I'm gonna have a day trade is whether or not we have a daily signal happening today, or possible to happening as my day trade is open. What I do is I start on the H4. If the H4 is not giving me a green light, then it's over. I have nothing to do. I can move on for 4 hours, up to 4 hours, and then come back, because I know for the next 4 hours I'll have nothing to do. And that's the same thing that I apply on the daily time frame. Meaning, if I see on the daily that there is no reason to hold this longer, meaning I won't be able to upgrade my day trade into a swing trade, then I already know I can discard the whole swing trade scenario out, and I can only focus on the day trade, having my targets, all of my targets, to be hit today. Because I use the date, so I use the different time frames to tell me what kind of trade do I have. Right? Because I understand that the time frame will tell me what the possibilities of the market moving in one or the other direction, and how long that move could be, right? If I have a signal on the daily, then I understand that if I have a profitable trade, it's not going to be something of today only, it's going to move for a couple of days. So understanding and managing that expectation based on what I see in the market, the price action, I can understand right away what kind of trade do I have. And in my case, I would it's the H4. Everything is based on the H4. A possible expansion on a day one, but it starts with the H4. So very quickly, the first thing I do is I just glance at the H4, and within a couple of seconds, I know whether I need to sit for the next few hours or I can start doing something else. And that's how I manage my time as well.
Mm-hmm. It's a great system. Great way to do things. There's a question here that is asking, through your trading journey and indices, which one suits your heart rate in volatile condition, NASDAQ in higher time frame, or ES? And that's also a great question. I love that. I up until, I'm not sure exactly the time frame or timeline on this, but at a certain point, I started trading exclusively the NASDAQ. And I was only trading the NASDAQ. And that was my, I had set out to do that because I had been looking at all the pairs and gold and silver. And ultimately, I wanted to challenge myself for 1 month and just trade the NASDAQ. And at first, I would kind of cheat. You know, when you're used to looking at 28 pairs, following all the pairs and gold and silver and the indices, it is really hard to settle in on one asset. And what I found was after I cheated in the beginning, you know, cheated by like looking at other things, kind of a wandering eye type thing. Ultimately, I found that I really, really performed much better by focusing my attention only on the NASDAQ because there wasn't different things that were, you know, going, you know, drawing my attention elsewhere. So I did that for a really long time, and then I ultimately ended up switching to the S&P, and I still trade gold. I haven't traded the NASDAQ for a bit, but I don't think it really honestly makes that much of a difference, but I do think the biggest difference maker for me was just picking one and sticking with it. They trade very similar. There are obviously differences, but one thing is that the S&P is a little bit calmer, I would say, a little bit smoother, but it has a lot more volume in it, and so it's highly liquid at, you know, all the time. Basically, obviously, there's different ebbs and flows to the volume, but I just kind of settled recently on trading the S&P primarily. And so I guess if I were to give advice on that, it wouldn't necessarily be one or the other. It would be, you know, consider just picking one and sticking with it for a bit and see what happens, see how you like it.
Yeah, I think people need to, traders, you need to know yourself, right? Because for some people, you know, moving too slow, if a market moves too slow, it might be not good for them because they want action or they need, you know, more activity for them to be engaged. For others, it's too much. So you have to find your balance and what fits your personality. We say this a lot, but it's actually very, very true. That holds for your strategy. It holds for your, you know, the frequency of trades per day, you know, holding time. It's about the pair, the price action that we have on the pair. All of that is, since you are the executor of the plan needs to fit you in all sense, in all aspects, because if not, it's gonna be a liability. If you as the person who has to execute the plan, and this doesn't fit you, then you're setting up yourself, you're just making yourself complicated for yourself, making things more difficult and probably unnecessary, because there is for every type of person, there is a market. You have so many options, so many strategies. I mean, even if you don't have time, there are strategies out there that you don't have to sit the whole day on in the chart. You probably go to the higher time frames and you can put in limit orders. You know, with very little time, you can only get there when you have, you know, a lot of experience and put in a lot of time. But it is actually possible. You can have these strategies. You can find these strategies where you don't even have to look at the charts that often at all, and they can be very profitable. Don't think because screen time is equal to profitability. Not necessarily.
I think it's kind of like we're drawn to having lots and lots of choices. I think most of us prefer that, or we think we prefer that. I remember when Steve Jobs was continuously wearing the black turtleneck and the jeans, and there was a lot of talk and conversation about what that meant and why he was doing that. And it has to do with decision fatigue and just like making the decisions that are really important, but not the decisions that don't matter. You know, generally speaking, if it doesn't really matter that much to you, why not wear the same thing over and over again? And it's kind of also makes me think of like parenting 101. If you have 10 different color cups in your house, you're not going to say to your child, which of these 10 do you want? And have much success. You're better off saying, do you want the red cup or do you want the blue cup? And as traders, unless you are trading all 28 pairs and absolutely crushing it, and it's going smooth as, butter for you and you have no reason to change, by all means don't change. But if that isn't the case for you, if you are wanting to eliminate some struggle, to me, that is a really, really good way to do it. And like I said, I don't think ultimately it really makes that big of a difference which one you choose, just choosing one. And it's kind of like getting married. Life is just much easier if you you make your decision and then you stick with that decision. If that's what you're going to do that. It just gives you less choices, less things to do. We talked a lot about different screens. I only use a laptop, and in large part, that's because I pretty much never look at anything but the S&P, sometimes the NASDAQ, and gold. And there just isn't really the same need to constantly be looking at everything. And if you can do well at trading that way, why would you bother sitting in your seat more often than that? If you're doing great, just do as little as you need to do. I think that can clear up a lot of problems.
Yes, I think we need to disentangle these two things. One is the idea that more is better,
right?
And the other is, why are we trading? We're not trading to trade a lot of pairs. We're trading for executing a plan. We're trading to get profits, right? And if you get the profits and you're executing the plan with just one, nothing wrong with that, right? So when we disentangle or take them apart, we can perhaps appreciate the fact that you don't need to take as many options or pairs or even strategies. Just one is plenty to deal with, let alone having a list of strategies, a plethora of strategies to choose from each time. I think that just complicates things even more.
Yeah, I agree. Right. I think the less you do, the more you can control. Like, I think we talked about this last week, or maybe I think it was last week. We talked about kind of like the scientific process, and you're trying to control all the variables. And that's absolutely true with trading. I know that for you to have the data that you've collected in your back test, you absolutely have had to do that. Control as many factors as you can control, which you cannot control price action, but you can choose which pairs, which time frames, which time of day, and there's no right or wrong answer. But the more you can control, the better off you are, the easier it becomes, and the less there is for you to do. So it really feels like you're sort of like restricting yourself, and the reality is that restriction might be very liberating. So it might feel like it's going to restrict what you can do, but in fact, it might really focus your attention, focus your trading, and make things much more effective for you, much more, just work a lot better for you.
Absolutely. Being a specialist in one thing is much better than knowing how to do a lot of things, but none of them really, really good.
That's right.
We have come to the end of our segment. It is always a sad moment when we end our sessions, Deanna, because I feel that I want to continue this conversation. I don't know about you, and I think I know the answer, but I feel like I'm not done. I want to continue. So
I'll see you next week, and we'll pick it up where we left off.
Yes, indeed, Deanna. Dr. Cole, for those who are wondering how to get a hold of Dr. Cole, in the description. And if not, could you mention how people can find you?
Absolutely. Thank you, Victor. I'm on Twitter and YouTube at Dr. Deanna Cole. You can find me there. Come say hi. There was a question about an EA earlier, and I don't have an automatic EA, but I do have a video on how to use an EA on MT5. So if you want to check that out. Otherwise, I have a lot of content on psychology, how it relates to trading, and I would love to have you come visit me over on X or on YouTube. And I will be back next week. See you again next week, Victor. Take care, everybody.
My pleasure, as always, Deanna. Have a great session ahead. See you soon.
Thanks.
All right, that was Dr. Deanna Cole. We'll be right back.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is just sign into the 5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
Yes, we do hope to see you with us at the competition and as a trader. But now we start our next segment. We have the very special Mr. Ashley with us. How are you doing, Ashley?
Good in yourself, Victor. And hello
Great.
to all the viewers and all the regulars on the live stream, Venicus. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. So hello to everyone.
Yes, we have one question, and I think you are the number one to answer this, the host to answer this. And it is a question. Let's see where it is. I had it in front of the chart, the screen long ago. Let me see. Very simple question by Hitesh or Hitesh. How to use EA on funded account. Hitesh, that question, I'm not sure where it is coming from, but is this something we can touch upon, Ashley? Because it seems like a very, very simple question, but maybe there's more layers to this. What do you think?
No, indeed, it is a very simple question, Victor. But at the same time, there are many layers to it, or there's so much diversity in how to approach trading a funded account with an EA. So I think the first thing that needs to be mentioned is whether it's a funded account, a prop firm like the 5ers, or if it's your own personal account, it doesn't matter. You can trade an EA. As like we discussed in the past weeks, either fully automated or semi-automated. The real question is about your trading strategy. So remember, the prop firms or the funded accounts are vehicles for you to move forward in terms of your capital accounts or your growth accounts for that area of trading. But in relation to an EA, it's not about using an EA just on a funded account, but using that as your strategy, or having part of your strategy semi-automated or automated. And that's the key area there. So it depends on your strategy to use it. And I'm always an advocate of always growing yourself as a trader and moving towards some type of semi-automation or automation. And the key reason is that in this skill of trading the financial markets, I'm sure everyone can agree with me, one of the common goals is to achieve some form of financial independence in your own circumstance. But you're not going to achieve that if you do need to always hand trade, always be in front of the screen. So it's going to rob you of that time. So it's always a good thing to keep in mind. And depending on your strategy, see how you can either semi-automate or automate that strategy. And then you can place, once it's established, you do a back testing, forward testing, etc. Then you can place it on a personal account or even a funded account. However, to the question itself on a funded account, you need to be aware of the funded account parameters, risk parameters, drawdown parameters, or what is allowed, not allowed. And then you've got to tailor your strategy or your automated EA or semi-automated EA to adapt to that variety. So it may mean that certain areas of your strategy, you may need to adjust relative to trading on your personal account as opposed to a funded account. But the principle is move towards some type of semi-automation or automation. It's always a good thing. And then think about it as a strategy, not really on a funded account. And when you execute that, you will then naturally move from a personal account to a funded account, or even just to a funded account. So that gives hopefully that gives a well-rounded answer to the simple question.
Yes, if your question was, I'm not sure how to pronounce. Someone says in the chat it is Hitash. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe maybe it is Hitash. But in any case, if Hitash, let's go on with that pronunciation. Hitash, where is that question again? I got it not very far. The question was very simple, and if you were meaning if there is anything, if you're referring to if there anything you need to do, like ask for permission or submit your EA, or you have to enable our account to trade your EA, the answer is no. There isn't anything special needs to be done. You just may have to make sure that your EA doesn't do anything that is prohibited. There is a list of strategies or practices that are prohibited. Other than that, if it is an EA, your EA, right? If it is something that everybody else is using, that's not okay. But if it's your EA, your plan, then your EA is welcome as long as it doesn't do anything prohibited. Which are those? Check the terms and conditions on the website, or chat with with our support to get your answer. That is so. Yes, that's one it.
Perfect. If I may add on to that, while we're on, in a sense, that topic, just something that is related to the topic, but also a bit of a sideline, but also very related, is that for me trading as many years I have, it's by default that I run several accounts, several strategies all at once. So it's very common for me. But for somebody that's starting out or establishing their journey in trading, it may not be as common. So something to mention is that the beauty about combining your own personal account with a funded account is the following. A funded account, as you know, with the 5ers, you reach certain milestones, and then the capital base increases when you reach that milestone. So you got, like, it's in a sense a nice challenge. It sets parameters for one in terms of how to manage your own portfolio as well. But the drawback with a funded account or a prop firm is that you don't really see the long-term growth of your strategy as opposed to a personal account. So running it simultaneously is good, because then you can actually see, you collect that data, you see where all the pitfalls or the weaknesses, all the strengths are in your strategy, and how it does over time. Because taking a segment of a funded account and you look at the stats for a segment that you achieved the target is great. But at the end of the day, that's just a segment of trading, however long it is. Could be a week, could be 2 months, could be 2 years, it doesn't matter. But running alongside a personal account, if your circumstances allow, I would highly advise that if you are able to, because then you actually can see how your strategy does in the long term.
Awesome. I like that. And yes, I do like that, because in the end, whether we are trading our personal account or a prop firm evaluation funded, does not matter.
Yes.
What we're doing is gathering data. We might think that yes, we're going for the milestone, going for the target, but for longevity's sake, what you're doing is gathering data while you are trading, and that data needs to be in one place in order for you to be able to analyze that correctly or properly. Of course, there are ways to export from one account to the other, but I would assume that that's not something commonly done. So one of the things that we could do is have either the prop firm account be the slave of a master account, and the master doesn't change, or the other way around. Each account on the prop firm is a new master until they reach target, and they copy their trades to a slave, and the slave doesn't change. I mean, so what in both cases, what you will have is one account that will have a long track history, where you can do these deep, insightful analysis of how your strategy is being performing compared to other periods, a year ago, 2 years ago, and whatnot. All these great information you can gather and decipher out of your data, and that's only possible if you compile all the data in one place.
Correct, 100%. And nice point there, Victor, in terms of taking the concept that I mentioned and looking at the tools that will enable a trader to execute that suggestion or idea in the most efficient way, mirror trading. So there's a lot of tools out there if you start investigating and researching that you can use to make your life much more efficient and easier as a trader. So excellent. Very, very good suggestion. Thank you, Victor.
No problem. Thanks to you, Ashley. Ashley, one question more to you. I see for those watching, gold is breaking some neckline. Doesn't mean it's gonna go down necessarily, but this is the first indication that it might have reached some level that it has some difficulty continuing, meaning that it might be ripe for a little retrace, maybe a complete reversal. I don't know. We don't know that in advance. But this is what it needs to do: break structural, important, significant levels, and that's the first sign you need to be waiting for your trade or for your reading on the market. All right. So yes, coming back to the question, Ashley. How are your EAs going? How are they going? You have a large amount. You just mentioned you have quite a number of trades, EAs trading, and I suppose they're trading multiple EAs trading on the same account, as well as multiple accounts being traded by EAs. Correct?
Correct, Victor. Before I answer that question, just coming back to XAU USD gold, just out of interest on one of my core strategies, it'll be entering a short fairly soon, just depending on where price moves. So just to relate that. And then to answer your question, I also wanted to give some of the viewers that may have been watching religiously, may have noted what I mentioned before as I started appearing on the 5ers. So I wanted to share the journey with the viewers in terms of the funded accounts. So I started with one, but I realized relative to what I want to share with the audience, I need to start building up several different different programs in the 5ers and using different strategies just to give you an idea, the audience an idea how it operates. So first of all, the answer to your question, Victor, doing very well. It's operating within standard operating procedures, so I'm very happy with that, etc. In relation to the performance, still slightly in drawdown, but recovering nicely, and then moving into the different target areas of the different funded different programs that I have currently active. So that's number one. Number two is in the next couple of weeks, I plan to give the audience a bit of an update. So I'm just building all of that along with all the other trading from a personal and other areas that I deal with on a day-to-day basis. So sometimes it does take a bit of time, bit of planning, but that's the key thing. As long as there's a plan in place and you're executing on the plan, and then from there, as things start rolling, I would be able to probably provide regular updates. And that's the intention on my part. But the certain things have to establish itself first before that can be done.
Awesome. I like that. Ashley. One next thing I would like to know from you is how much do you focus on optimizing your current strategies, and how much are you focusing in developing new ones?
That question really depends where you are in your journey. So to answer it for me, because the question's directed at me, is that right now, 75% of my time is dedicated to making sure that the current core strategies are operating as efficiently as they can, identifying weaknesses and strengths, closing gaps where they can be closed, some cannot be closed, and as that develops, and so then obviously if I'm dedicating 75% of my time in terms of the current core strategy, that means out of 100% of my time, 25% is dedicated to new strategies, developing new strategies. However, it's a dynamic, ever dynamic area, meaning that as one develops a strategy, as one optimizes and ensures, the time taken to ensure that the core strategies operate sufficiently will decrease proportionately. So as time goes by, you'll notice that there's not much actually you can do with your strategy, because if you start changing it anymore, you'll change the strategy itself. So you're also going to be aware as a trader the limitations of what you can and cannot change and the implications thereof. At a point in time, there will be a limit to what you can adjust, add, subtract, etc., or do. Then that's the strategy. So that time will decrease. As that time decreases, then by default, it will open up more time for new strategies to be either developed, back-tested, forward-tested, etc. So that's where I am in my current trading journey. But again, relative to what I mentioned as the first answer, it's going to depend where you are. So if somebody's starting out, it's going to be 100% of time on one strategy and no new strategies. And as that develops, hence the journey that one will go on.
I understand. There's a natural development of how the distribution, how much you're going to be spending. It's the same as when someone has a pension fund, right? The nearer you get to pension age, the less equities you're going to be holding. Typically, traditionally, this is the idea. The more bonds you're going to be holding, because you're not investing anymore. You're basically just shorter duration, and that's the same thing for this. It's a kind of a weird analogy, but that's what came to mind. That at the beginning you want to be investing in getting new strategies, but as you already have, it's better to optimize them than endlessly spending a lot of your time looking for new ones all the time, while the current ones are still underdeveloped or under optimized. Great. Great there. Go ahead.
Victor, I see there's a question from, I hope I pronounce this correctly, Popotamus.
Pepotamus, I think it is. I don't know.
Yeah,
it is difficult.
So I apologize to you if I've pronounced your name incorrectly. But as you ask, yes, I have fully automated my EAs. For my core strategy, they're fully automated, meaning that as long as I've set them and they are good to go, there's one or two slight adjustments I need to do on a weekend in terms of switching one off or on, but not really adjustments, just protocol areas. But that's really nothing. But it's fully automated. And so that answers your question. And in relation to the reason why you asked, is you mentioned you do trade indicators and seeking guidance with regards to effectiveness, efficiency. Thanks. So that the answer to that area for your reason, it's not really about the automated trading using the EAs. It's about your strategy. So you don't go about, in my opinion, you don't attempt or establish semi-automated or automated trading with EAs just because. It comes from a strategy itself. So it depends what your strategy is. And obviously that's a larger debate that's probably outside the focus right now, but it's something we can delve into maybe later. But it's relative to your strategy. And if I can break it down in terms of this way, just to help as a broad gauge for everyone. In terms of trading, you got two main actions, okay? There's two main actions that's going to happen in trading. Either your trade is going to be a bounce, meaning that there's a retracement of some type of move, or you're looking for a reestablishment of the opposite move. Or it's going to be a break, a continuation of whatever the current move is. Those are the two main trading actions in trading. If you break down any strategy, for example, if you break down ICT in terms of its building blocks, all of these is a bounce. A break and retest is a bounce. So if you break it down that way in terms of trading, you're either going to have a bounce action or you're going to have a break action. And now it depends on what is your strategy relying on. Is it using a bounce or a break? Depending if it's a bounce or a break, and depending on the parameters that dictate the bounce or the break, will give you an indication of what indicators you need to use to achieve your effectiveness or efficiency. So I hope that answers the question. Again, it's a bit of a more in-depth question to answer, but hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea from what you asked.
Awesome. I like that. Would you say, Ashley, you have extensive experience with EA, trading them for many years now, successfully. Would you say someone EA is just, there isn't anything special about EA other than just the automation? Or do you think there is actual edge in just the fact that it is an EA and it's not a human, executing the plan?
Good question, Victor. Thank you for asking it. First thing, the EA, that acronym stands for Expert Advisor. That is the MetaTrader 5 terminology, okay, for automated trading, or an automated software within MT5 that allows automated trading. So establishing that, the answer to your question, Victor, is that the key thing is about automating in some form your strategy. And again, it comes down to very simple building blocks. This skill can be likened to really being as serious as running your own business. And remember, as a business, you are the CEO, you are even the chairman. You need to guide that direction of where your business is going. The kind of mundane areas at a point in time, you are able then to delegate to workers, to tools, etc. And then you need to focus. Your time needs to be focused on how do you move things forward? How do you diversify? How do you add? How are you going to get to where you want to eventually get to? But you can't do that if you're always bogged down by the normal operating day-to-day trading procedures. So that's why it's important to, and depending on where you are in your trading journey, look at some type of semi-automation or automation, and that's the key thing. If you're working on a different trading platform like NinjaTrader, CTrader, they're going to have different terminologies for their automated section of their platform. So an EA is the MT5, and it comes down to just automating. So there's not really any, in my opinion, there's not really any edge that an MT5 EA versus another trading platform automated section would have. The only thing is that if you compare the two and what they offer and how to code and the ability to do this or this, then you can probably, if you have a comparison table, then you can say yes. But on a surface level, the key thing, the fundamental thing is automation. EA is just MT5's term. I'm not too certain all the other terms for all the other platforms, but that gives, hopefully that breaks that terminology down as we're talking. And because the 5ers use MT5, then obviously we use the acronym EA that is established from MT5.
Awesome. Like that. All right, Ashley, we are watching maybe the people in the audience. We have about 30 minutes still to go. You have your chance. This is the moment if you want to, tap into the experience of someone who is versed in the automated world, automated strategies, to answer your question. Maybe you want to ask something about optimizing, maybe, I don't know, maybe filtering, maybe backtesting, you name it. Ashley is your man to be able to answer these questions. In the meantime, we see gold is breaking some structures on the 15-minute. It's not much, to be honest. Personally, I don't trade just a break of the 15-minute unless I have multiple reasons to take this trade. And personally, I need an H4 reason. I don't have an H4 reason to take this trade, so it doesn't fit my plan. However, I'm still here, and I want to, break down the market as it does its up and downs and reversals. And the first thing we have is a possible bearish order block on the H1. Very little actually to go with, but that's the first thing we have, and it's not even printed yet. So as you can understand, even though I had that break of structure, possible entry, and all of that, it's very flimsy still in terms of how much I think this will work. We did have a 30-minute order block, and maybe that's enough for some people to trade on. I'm not to me, but yes, as I said, if I have multiple reasons, then yes, I could take a trade that comes back into this order block and takes the short from that, right? We only have an 30-minute fresh order block. The 15-minute is it broke structure, but there is no entry order block on the 15-minute. And on the 5-minute, this is the first quasi that actually has an entry order block, but it hasn't come back to that yet. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. This is a possible trade. I'm not telling you guys to do anything. I'm just showing you the possibilities, the structures, and how they may or may not break, and a possible target. We have we did speak about the ATR that is already beyond its 100%, meaning it's completely reasonable to assume that the market is not going to go much higher from this, from current prices or from the daily high today, because the daily ATR, obviously the word says it all, the name says it all, it's the daily ATR, so it resets on every day. So today it is reasonable to expect that this could be the high of the day, but you're never sure. It can easily push a little bit higher. It's not, written in stone. The market does whatever it wants to do on any given day, and sometimes it goes to 120 easily without a catalyst. And these things happen. You have to get familiar with how that goes. But we can see that this is the first time in quite a long streak of hourly candles that we have a possible bearish order block, right? All the way from, when was this? From Monday. It doesn't sound like too long ago because Monday is only yesterday, but we didn't get any bearish order block. Look at that. There were 3 bearish candles, but none of them bearish order blocks. That tells you something, how strongly the buyers have control or had control up to now of the market. And that also brings you opportunities, because that tells us that there is nothing to hold price back all the way. This is the first order block on this time frame that, this is the last demand area. That could be, if you're in this trade, this could be one consideration for a TP. Let's go to higher time frames. We have on the H4, we have all the way down here, and on the H2, we have one order block there. Which you will take? That's up to you. That's for you to figure out, depending on how you trade and what your trade plan tells you. But the first order block on the hourly, which would be the H1, is this one. So if you're in a trade, and also you have the daily order block, that's shaded blue, light blue area. That is the daily order block. I would argue that that's a very nice trade to be taking. That is the target will be 3,320 more or less. I'm not telling you to do anything. We're not signal service. It's your responsibility to do your own due diligence and act upon your plan, not mine or anyone else's.
Wonderful. Victor, I see there's quite a few questions in the chat which we can have a look at and answer for the audience. At the same time, I just wanted to mention, feel free to ask anything else related to trading, whether it's technical, the analysis, fundamental, and then maybe, depending on time, I can give a quick summary with the different asset classes and just give a brief opinion on what I'm seeing, where the money is shifting in this current time. So maybe we can do that a bit later. Okay, thank you, Victor. WizTech Gamer mentions, I'm a programmer and a trader. Can I start something of my own via making EA and make some profitable strategy or something and just make a biz out of it? The answer to that, the simple answer is yes. It's how you execute it and understanding what comes first. So if we break down your question, you need a strategy first. You can't just jump in terms of, I want something automated to trade. What is that strategy? So you do need a strategy. There's a process to follow. You need a strategy. You need to understand what that strategy is. It can be even a very simple strategy. It doesn't have to be complex. You do need to, in a sense, backtest it manually or even forward test a bit, just to give you an idea on the overall. The more the better, but that gives you an idea. Once you understand the strategy of trading through technical analysis and using technical analysis, the charts and indicators and various other tools, then you are able then to go to the next step and say, okay, to what degree can my strategy be automated? Sometimes, depending on what's out there with ChatGPT and obviously AI, etc., it becomes a bit easier. But also, maybe do you have a skill of programming, like you said? So you could go into the core language of MT5, which I think is Visual Basic. I'm under correction though, and start coding and understanding how their programming works to create an EA. And then you're obviously able to place it on. You still need to monitor it, back test it, forward test it, adjust it, see where its weaknesses and strengths are. And then that is basically your business. So the answer to your question is you can do everything, but you need to break it down. Strategy first, then try to automate it, then ensure that you are overseeing it. And basically that's your business. Okay. However small, however big. Hopefully that answers you, WizTech Gamer.
Yes, I think that's a great advice. EA is not something magical. It's not gonna produce edge on its own. It's the logic behind it. It's the same logic and the same process that you do on a manual strategy trade plan. It's just automated. That's it. Nothing else. Obviously, because it's automated, it gives you a lot of new possibilities, right? Because a computer can execute it, and you can be doing something else. And that's one of the, if not the greatest advantage. The other as well is that because it's automated, you can actually backtest it very, very quickly. Thousands of data points can be created on multiple assets. Just imagine if you think, and I do, if you think that backtesting one strategy is the way to profit, what about if you're able to backtest that same strategy in all time frames, on all assets, on all different kinds of combinations of time of day of the week, and whatnot? Wouldn't that be a extra possibility of more edge? You get where I'm going to? So that's the thing. The automation itself does not give you anything you wouldn't get otherwise with manually. It just does it more efficiently.
Correct.
All right.
Excellent.
I'm not sure about C++. I think we're talking about primary school grades here. Is that correct?
No, he's talking about the language. Vaniscus, it could be. I'm under correction. I'm not a coder myself, so I'm under correction in terms of what the base code for MT5 is. It could be C++. The MQL5 is what I understand MetaTrader 5's language, MetaQuotes language. It's called MetaQuotes language in relation to that, but it could be 100%.
Perfect.
I think there was one also from, there was another question from Gideon. Was it Gideon?
Let's see.
Or Bonini, Bonan 29. There we go. Ashley, how can you build an EA? Do you only use technical analysis? A large part of your answer there is from what I just said. But to answer the other part of your question is yes. It's purely when you create an EA, it's based upon technical analysis and the charts and the indicators, etc., and the combination of that. So the answer to that question is yes. However, depending how you execute your automated trading, it doesn't only have to be technical analysis. There's ways to bring in other areas of analysis into your automated trading. For example, the COT. The COT stands for the Commitment of Traders Report from CBOT, Chicago Board of Trade. And there are ways to collect that data, pull it into your strategy, put it into your automation, and use that to adjust numerous areas. So there are ways to expand your strategy, automated strategy, into different areas of analysis. It's not just limited to technical analysis. Okay, so they hopefully that answer the question.
Basically, if you think there is an edge in any phenomena, any natural phenomena, social phenomena, anything, right? Something that is a variable, it needs to be a variable, not a constant, because otherwise you wouldn't have a signal. But any variable out there in the world, you'll have to think that you can build an EA based on that, because what you would do then is have something of a reader or a sensor, or it gets the information, right? And that can be I'm not versed in automated trading, but I know how, in general terms, how it works. You would have then something that reads that information. Let's say, just for an example, very simple example, let's say you want to be trading, I don't know, oil, when natural gas. Let's say you want to trade natural gas, and you use the temperature as an indicator, right? As a variable. What you have to build is then you'll have to build something from your automated trading, something, a little program, little code that goes and fetches the information of what is today's temperature, or maybe expectations of tomorrow or next week's expectations of temperature. And you build that assuming that you have an edge based on that information. You build that into sort of a signal, right? Whenever it hits this, a certain kind of a rule. So basically, it doesn't have to be technical indicator on the chart. It can be anything that tells you something, presumably something that has edge, obviously, but that tells you something about future price on the asset that you're trading. And in my example, I took the temperature to indicate whether you should buy or sell natural gas. But you can understand, you can do this on any asset and on any variable out there, as long as there is a link that you have observed for yourself. So you're not limited to only indicators from your MT5, and that's what my point is. You can have them build, or you can build it yourself if you can do any variables, basically, that you think is relevant. The phases of the moon, if you want to. Right?
Spot on. 100% spot on, Victor. Excellent. Spot on. You are natural there, Victor.
All right. So there is, let's see, do we have any other questions from the
Paul?
I
can answer Paul's question. Paul Nagugi. Just
Let's
below
okay,
the one
yes.
that we're answering now. That's
Yes.
it. Okay. So to answer this question very, very brief and to the point, the key area is how you identify a trend. Okay. Now, in all manners to identify a trend, and there is various ways, but the one key component that you can't take away from identifying a trend is Dow theory related to higher highs and higher lows. So a rising trend is a series of higher highs, higher lows. A falling trend is a series of lower highs, lower lows. So whatever trend you've established via that one main component, you can add other areas to identify the trend over and above the Dow theory of the highs and the lows, which is fine. So that depends on how you identify a trend. Then, in order to identify a valid pullback, that pullback relative to how you are viewing it, if it breaks, for example, it's a rising trend with higher highs, higher lows. If it breaks the last higher low to make a lower low, that is what Charles Dow mentioned as a half signal to that. Then potentially there's a structural change from a rising trend to falling. So as long as that pullback retracement is still creating a higher low, price is still above, in my example of a rising trend, still above that higher low, that is still a valid pullback. So that's one area to help you identify a valid pullback. It's not the only criteria one would need to look at, but as a principle, that's where you need to start, and you can build it from there. That's like the skeleton, and then you can build more flesh into it depending on strategy. But hopefully that answers your question, Paul.
Maybe we can visualize it. Could you repeat the question very quickly?
Yes.
Could you repeat the answer very quickly? Like, what was it? Is the example?
That's it. So I see you've done exactly what I have. A trend, the higher highs, higher lows. So now, Victor, if you draw from that where your cursor is down, no, just go up, slightly up, above the high there. So any point If price is above that higher low, the previous higher low there, that's it. As long as price is above that, one can say it's a valid pullback. As soon as it breaks that higher low to create a lower low, you've got a half signal now. And if I'm not mistaken, Victor, please come in. That could be the start of your I forgot your term now.
Yes,
that's it. Your Quasimodo. There we go. So there we go. So that's the structure. A full signal would be then as price moves up and creates a lower high, and then start to continue some series of lower highs, lower lows. You've got a structural change or a trend reversal from a rising to falling. Okay, so that's the key area to be aware of to answer your question about a valid pullback.
Awesome. And this, of course, that comes from someone who talks about quasi every 5 seconds. Now you're talking about Dow theory, but I'm seeing a quasi right here.
I would, Victor, I would be disappointed if you didn't.
All right, I like this. All right, yes, coming back for those who are watching gold, we have some follow through on that. Let's see, the hourly will only be at in about 12 minutes. This candle will close. So this is not a bearish order block on the hourly yet, but it could be. It is promising. Let's wait for another 12 minutes, although that's a long time with gold. Gold can, change this quickly in matter of not very long. The 30 minutes, we already saw that it did create a bullish order block. A bearish order block. To me, just on this order block on the 30 minute, I would be interested in going short when it comes back. So not yet. When it comes back and gives me more reasons to go short on that one. The 15 minute is also, this is a valid neck break, but there are no entry order block on that time frame. The first one we have, which is an actual quasi that complies with all the rules, is the neckline that's on the 5 minute, the neckline, and we have one bigger order block. I'm going to move this to the side so it doesn't obstruct our view. This is the entry order block for my short. Keep in mind, there are no hourly basis for this reversal yet, right? So I don't consider this a very high probability trade, because look at that. Look what we just mentioned. It looked like a bearish order block not long ago, less than a minute ago, and now already it doesn't look that bearish anymore, right? If it closes above here, I will consider that a failed attempt to create a bearish order block. That's a entrapment. What I start smelling are people trapped thinking it's going to go lower and it's going to close. And if it does close bullish, those traders who took an advance on the signal, right? They got in before the signal. Those traders will be trapped and they will be closing their position, pushing price much higher. Now it looks again bearish, but of course it's going to play and trick everyone with that level until it closes in about 9 minutes in 26, not about 25 seconds. But that is I think the not the trade, but this situation. We have an extended move on gold, and everyone is expecting, that retracement coming sometime, either now or soon. And this could be it. It doesn't have enough meat for my liking, but that doesn't mean it's not tradable at all, because there is a quasi on the H5. My personal entry would be if it comes back and hits this and then gives me that signal that it's ready to continue lower. At least with my main strategy, which is with the quasi and order blocks. But there are many ways to trade. Of course, you don't have to trade like I do. There is coming back to what Ashley has been just talking about. There is that the higher highs and higher lows, as you can see, and now you can see that that's the half signal that we're talking about. And what we need is creating, the higher lows and lower lows and lower highs to confirm that there is a reversal according to the Dow theory.
Correct. So Victor, just to add on to that briefly, is that even if you've got a half signal, it doesn't mean there's a trend reversal yet. Allow the market to play out. It could could create it could move higher and then create another higher high. Once it's created another higher high, that now rising trend is back in play. So the terms I use, for example, in relation to what we just explained is, let's say you get the half signal. It's still a rising trend. We've got a half signal. We don't have a falling trend yet. Still a rising trend, but we've got the half signal. But that rising trend I term as questionable. So there's a question mark on that rising trend. Let's see how it plays out. Then if it starts to make the lower highs, lower lows, then I can say we've got a trend change from rising to falling. However, if price moves back up, breaks that high, continues with higher highs, higher lows, the rising trend is still in place. It goes from questionable back to intact. And the reason also to mention this is just in terms of the trading, because this is where the technical analysis, interpreting the chart, comes in and understand where a trading strategy lies. For example, I mentioned earlier on my core strategy on gold, I'm looking at a potential short. Hasn't triggered yet because certain conditions are not met. But if it doesn't and it moves up, when certain conditions trigger on my strategy, I will then be long. So I trade with the market, I allow the market to dictate where those moves are going to be, etc. So it's just some insight to share with the viewers.
Awesome. We have one question here. I think
yes.
I think it is for you. I think
yes.
it is referring
both
to
of us, maybe. I think both of us.
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So how does it feel to be at the level you're at now? Like, how much mental effort and how many years of experience did it take to become who you are today? I think what's going to be good is I'm going to answer this briefly, and I'm going to allow Victor to also answer this question, because getting broader perspectives gives you a better idea. So it does feel good to be at the level where I'm at now. However, I don't focus on that feeling good. I focus on where I am and what I need to do. I humble myself to the level that I'm at, and understanding I can still learn more. It has taken a lot of mental effort. However, the mental effort that I would suggest that everybody that I've been through is to change your view of trading. And what I mean by that is, with trading, the key area is obviously profit. And that's definitely the objective. We're not going to take that away. That's why we're all here. But sometimes too much focus gets placed on profit and not really understanding it's so natural to lose. Focus on how you manage losses. By doing that, your mental effort is going to change dramatically. And meaning that what I've noticed in the 5ers, if you use the term drawdown, it's looked at negative. It's not negative. You could have a drawdown from an equity high, meaning that you could have started your account at 10,000, you doubled it, and now you to 20, and now you're back down to 18. You're still in profit, but you're in a drawdown. A drawdown's relative to the highest point of that account. So drawdown, the term drawdown doesn't have to be negative. Okay. How many years I've been trading? I was fortunate to start the skill at a very early age. I've been trading now 25 years. Okay. So that gives you an idea. Victor, I hand it over humbly to you to share your experience and answer the question.
Yes. I thought the answer was about EAs, but it is about our experience. Yes, what I would say, yes, there is a huge difference. And this is why I talk and I emphasize on having a rule-based system. It's a world of difference. At the beginning, when I've been trading almost 8 years now, and the first 2 years, it was very frustrating. I was thinking that the harder I press, the better I get. But that's not really true. It's not about how many hours you dedicate necessarily in a day, although it takes a lot of hours, but it's about doing the right things at the right moment in the right way. And once you understand that, and that's what I mean by rule-based system, once you've validated, when you've collected your data, once you've validated your strategy, everything changes. Once you have exactly, you have defined very well what you're looking at in the market, it's a world of difference. You're still not going to be able to print money like that, but you're actually in control of some of the process, not the P&L, but some of the process of trading. And by some, I mean actually your behavior. You're completely in control, although we don't control ourselves all the time that well. It is within our reach to control it, our behavior, our execution. Once you know what the plan is, right? So when you don't have a plan, it's very frustrating. It's almost impossible to do anything in trading without a proper validated plan to begin with. But once you have done that, and that comes with years and doing things right and learning and always keeping on improving every day, once you are at that point, you have a validated system, you have enough data, you have the track record, you're profitable consistently, then yes, it feels great. Obviously, it feels very empowering. To be fair, not only that, it allows me to think really big, because there is no limit, right? You're only limited to yourself and your abilities. And if you focus on being best every day and don't let the demon or the risk, for a much nicer word, the risk of complacency creep in, there is no limit. You can, I'm still dreaming, and there is no limit. So what can I say? It does feel great. How much mental effort? Nowadays, I don't have to think about my strategy. I just act because I've done it so many times. It's natural. It's a second nature. I don't think about the strategy. So it doesn't take any mental effort. And that's the power of it. Once you know what you need to find out and what the rules are, and you've done it, you've simplified it, made it as efficient as possible. I don't know if that's going to be your case necessarily, because not everyone is the same. You may be someone that might need, active trade management, and then what I'm going to say next is not as applicable as for others. But in my case, once I have to be aware and be pending of the signal. Once I get my signal, I don't care about the results anymore. I already know what's going to happen because of the day. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, not on this trade, but I mean on the bigger number, I already know it's going to be within this range, right? Because that's what it's been doing all along, and that's most likely what it's going to keep on doing as long as I follow the plan correctly. So basically, I only have to care about following the plan. I can walk away. I can put an alert for the end of the day if that's what the rule tells me, and that's it. And just, well, I make it sound very simple, and then just cash in, having the patience, right? It's not about doing it fastly. It's about doing it right. Ooh, look at that move on gold. While I'm talking, I'm looking at that. That's a very beautiful reaction on the 30-minute order block. I'm gonna switch and come back to what I'm talking about. This order block, that's what I'm talking about. We actually, was it? Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. That was on the 15-minute. Okay, so it was a reaction on the 30-minute, but all right, let's come back. Got distracted right there by price action. What I was going to say is that once you have a plan, it makes things very, very much easier. And in my case, I can walk away. I can, it feels so liberating. I'm not bound to the graphs or to my chair anymore. I can move around, literally during the day, do other stuff and so on. So I don't know, what can I say? It's the best job in the world. And how many years?
I fully agree there, Victor. Fully agree.
How many years? Almost 8 in my case, and the first 2 to 3 was excruciating. I'll be honest with you, it's excruciating. I've tried. I banged my head on the walls, not literally, trying to figure this thing out, and it took me about 3 years. And that doesn't say anything about me or anyone else's. It's not a competition. That's just what it took me. And certainly I started getting some consistency, profitability, slowly but surely, and now I have both of them most of the time. So it is, what can I ask? Just one thing I do have to say though is, I don't like to dwell too much on that. Let me put it that way. That feel good thought about the blessings and all that, that's great. But I don't like to dwell on that the same way I don't like to dwell on the failures, things that don't get bad, because the more, what I've seen is, you have to be balanced. You can't be overconfident, and you can't be fearful. If you're only, let's say you get your payout and you feel you've made it, you broke the market, you have the code, you know how to win, your next loss could be just around the corner. You have to stay humble, not let complacency come in, thinking you can just wing it and it's going to be okay. You have to be sharp all the time. Doesn't matter how much money you have earned. It can be taken away, just as easy. I would say even easier than earning it, because earning it is much more difficult, but losing it is much more difficult. So I don't like to dwell on it too much, but it is good to look back and count your blessings for sure. All right, go ahead.
If I can just reiterate that, Victor, and really share my thoughts. Myself and you have a very similar thought process, which is excellent. And the key word there is balance. Balance is so key in this skill of trading through every aspect of it, through every single aspect. So it's something just to be aware of as a trader. Thank you, Victor.
Perfect. We've come to the end of our stream today, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank Ashley for coming in today and telling us all about what you have learned through your 25 years in the market. This is very, very valuable for everyone who is interested in learning and becoming better. Thank you, Ashley.
You're most welcome, Victor, and the audience.
Yes, and I would like to invite everyone who isn't part of our Discord community yet. You're missing out. I keep saying this, but it is so true. If you're not part yet of our community, you are missing out on many things. Not only the company, the tips, tricks, analysis perhaps that might help you, but also many other things. I'm not going to say anything else, but the way to get your entrance to our Discord community is through being a trader at The5ers. And by that, I mean buy an account. It can be the smallest account, doesn't matter. Just buy any account, and you will see in your hub on the left lower corner, you'll find a Discord link. That will be your entry. That will be your entry door to the community. I am, confident to say that we are the best community for your trading growth. I will be in about 40 minutes there live talking on having a workshop, maybe even trade live with the members that are going to be there. And I hope to see you as well. Any last words, Ashley?
Nope. Other than that, thank you very much, Victor. Thank you for all that you do to the $5ers community, and even what you're going to do now in a few minutes' time. So thank you very much. I'm sure everybody appreciates it.
Yes, for everyone who wants to be in a stream where I will not be wearing a mask, that's going to be in the workshop that I was referring to in Discord. I will repeat, I will not wear a mask. All right, that's it. See you guys tomorrow again. Bye-bye.